Oh no.
So we were looking for it, but we found it.
Wow.
It was found, yeah.
Holy cow.
I know. I was like, this might take a while, but no.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, I got the map. That one for yours or for this one? Well, I use them more for like iPhone, like recent animation. Yeah. But you need the dongle, huh? Oh, if you get the dongle, you switch to that one? Okay, awesome. That's your overall dongle. How many would you need? What do you want it done for? Huh, maybe we can get you a talking stick. Wait a minute. Come on. Is that connected to that? Oh, broken?
All right, Nicole, how much more need? What do you want to bet? That Ron will call for
I
Caro.
I meant to ask earlier. So Ronroy lives on Kogan. So I'm like, has he like he should be calling by now? Like, how does he not know? Is not like close enough to his house? Like, he would have a heyday. Why would he call me Caro?
To propose diverging diamond interchange.
On my personal?
Bike lane.
Yeah, can you call my personal so I just ignore it?
I guarantee he'll call.
They're always like all the customers.
I don't guarantee it,
Well,
but.
I'll give me a heads up.
What's that?
So he'll give me a heads up.
She's a pro now.
Yeah.
Oh
Got it.
yeah.
Did he blame her for the last
She
time?
probably still blamed Doug, I'm sure. Or he blamed Doug. He's probably like, Doug, I know this is you.
Stop hanging up.
No, so I did talk to him. He said he was probably gonna. I think he said he was gonna talk to you about probably just replacing it.
Okay. That's fine if we need to go that route. I just need to know what.
Ooh, actually, the laptops as well. I think he even sent you an email.
Yeah.
I did. So not all of these are on our like where I can view all our computers.
Okay.
So there's still three missing. There's that new one that was recently replaced. And then there's two others. Like one other HP, but odds are it's probably on the older side.
Okay.
But I'll double check and I'll get that information for you.
So he sent me an email with specs for new ones.
Yes.
And I said that was fine. I said, but is it gonna work for this one? And he said, yeah, like, why are you asking? And I was like, no, there's like an issue. Like, there's a known issue.
So what I can do
I guess so.
is
That'll make it quick.
Lack of a quorum, no meeting, let's go.
Rob, while they're in closed session, would we
Yeah,
be
so the
able
first person that walks in,
to test out
"Oh,
the
man."
computer, like,
Yeah.
I wanna swap
No,
out,
what?
like, let's say that one with this one to see if
That computer is working.
this one, see, but we're gonna replace them, so we need to make sure that they work.
Yes.
So,
Because we've tried swapping before,
So-
right? And it like didn't
so I
work.
just wanna see if we can swap without it affecting anything else.
Yes.
Okay,
How
cool.
you doing, Nicole?
I'm good, how are you?
Thank you.
I'll swap them out while they're in closed session.
Okay.
Just briefly.
Yeah.
I'll swap it out with that one since it's the newest one, so it's probably the closest one to the same model.
That's a good idea.
Okay. And then we'll go from there. It
Yeah.
should, I think the majority of them are like weird specs,
Uh-huh.
and since they're all older, so I don't wanna, can't test out with the older ones,
Sure.
but that's our best candidate.
Yeah,
to
I think
test
so
it.
too. Okay.
But they should work.
Okay. And we're just gonna test it, right? And
Yeah.
just throw it back.
Test it and then go back.
Okay.
Did John come down here?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Hi, hello.
I haven't seen him this direction.
But yeah, so in total it would be about 14 computers if we don't replace the newest one. That one right there. I believe that one.
We were just talking about 3.
Oh. Yeah, if you look at the latest email, it's a list of all the computers, and I still missed 3. They're all at least 4 years old.
Dress for Congress tonight.
Oh, I know.
Like from
I
20.
was like, what are we on a lot of that?
I'm missing it. Gotta watch it on,
And
Okay.
you can go over that
watch
list,
the
I'll
replay on Hulu.
update it to make sure it matches.
Do you have cable or
the
do you
ones we
do?
actually have.
I
Uh-huh.
And you
cable.
can make that
I
decision
sorry,
if
don't
you
have
wanna
cable,
do
sorry.
a few at a
Yeah,
time,
that's what we.
or.
Right.
maybe
I'll
just
find
one
that.
go. So it's gonna be up to you,
Yeah,
if
that-
you want or
that's
something,
okay.
that,
The
that
Super
email
Bowl
is for free.
So I like downloaded that app or whatever.
Okay.
Super
Just let us
Bowl
know.
for free.
We'll get that done
First
over.
time in years.
As soon as you do,
It's
I
gonna
usually
come down
just
to
will watch
money,
the
so
sports.
however much it is,
Yeah.
how much I have, so.
okay,
But I
I'll get a quote because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
working with
I
one
did
guy,
so
he's
too.
working with another guy.
Gazillion channels you
I'll
don't
get a
want.
quote for all of them.
Yeah.
And maybe a
You do-
minimum.
I do have a Disney
of the
subscription.
oldest
Yes.
ones
I might
maybe,
get rid of, I don't know.
and go from there.
Okay.
And then I got
And then I'll,
Netflix,
once we have that, we'll send it over to
but
you.
then a lot of stuff is.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Thank
have
you.
the Disney, Hulu, ESPN combo thing. And then, Netflix. And then my kids gave us, or let us log into the. My son bought me that.
Oh man, we were hoping to go
We're gonna
home without a
cancel.
corn.
I can leave.
How you doing, Lloyd?
I'd
We
rather-
just were teasing, like, he said it just looks like just you and me, and I said, well, I said, first guy that walks, the first person that walks in, gets the big, oh man.
I'd be like, wait a minute.
We don't know.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Right.
TV.
Darren, can you make sure that Paxton has a copy and Jennifer has a copy?
Meeting on the 12th. Or do you have to get that? I'll forward you the email to the attachments. I've never heard of it before.
Did he call the city select, you said?
Elizabeth, do you want them to have it before close?
I'll send it to you, let me know.
I would
if you
put it up there.
have time to
I
do
was gonna wait till they went.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, just wanna make sure.
I just want staff to read it one more time before.
You want me to send them just the email them right now?
Unless you have hard copies, you can go give them. They're down the hall.
It's gonna be right after our CT.
That might be good.
Yeah.
Should we start? Just kidding.
Good evening and welcome to the closed session portion of the meeting for March 4th, 2025. I will call the meeting to order at 5 o'clock. Nicole, can I get the roll call, please?
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember White,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt, Mayor Lara.
Here. John, can you please, Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay. John, can you read the items for discussion, please?
Yes, the council will meet in closed session. Item B1 is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. That involves one potential case. Item B2, and that description corrected the agenda description. Item B2 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. That is the Gomez versus City of Beaumont matter. B3 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that is the Cazares versus City of Beaumont matter. Item B4 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that's CCV Holdings LLC et al. Versus City of Beaumont. And then item B5 is conference with real property negotiators, and it involves approximately 6.26 acres of vacant land described in the agenda. The agency negotiator is the city manager, Elizabeth Gibbs, or her designee, and the negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont as potential purchaser, and Lassen Development Partners, LLP, as the seller, and under negotiation are price and terms.
Thank you very much, John. With that, we'll adjourn to closed session. And we're back from closed session. Let the record reflect that Mayor Pro Tem Voigt and Councilmember Martinez had attended closed session at 5:02. John, can you read the items?
Yes.
Closed session.
The council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. There was no reportable action on that item. Item B2 was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. That matter involved Jesse Gomez versus the City of Beaumont. There was no reportable action taken on that item in closed session. Item B3 was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that was Juan Gabriel Cazares versus the City of Beaumont. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item B4 was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that matter is CCV Holdings LLC et al. Versus the City of Beaumont, and the case number is listed in the agenda. There was reportable action on that item. There was a motion authorizing defense of the action. That motion was made by Councilmember White. The second was by Mayor Pro Tem Voigt, and the vote was Mayor Lara in favor of defending the action, Mayor Pro Tem Voigt in favor, Councilmember White in favor, Councilmember Martinez in favor, and Councilmember Fenn in favor. So the motion passed. And then item B5 was conference with real property negotiators. The property is described in the agenda. The agency negotiator, city manager Elizabeth Gibbs or a designee. The negotiating parties, City of Beaumont as potential purchaser and Lassen Development Partners LLP as the seller. There was no reportable action taken on that item. That concludes the report out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinckney. With that, I will call the regular session to order at 6:28. Have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember White,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Here.
Mayor Laura.
Here. Let's see. What invocation this evening?
We have Mark Stamper here.
Oh, Mark. Please stand.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the privilege to do this tonight. Can we pray? Our Father, we come before you tonight from this great city, and we thank you, Lord, for this city council. Pray your blessing and your wisdom upon them tonight as they make these decisions. And so, Lord, we thank you for our city and all that goes on in this city. We thank you for the prosperity of this city and going forward. And so we give you praise and we give you thanks for all that goes on tonight. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. My motto is be bright, be brief, and be gone.
And with that, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, looks like we have a comment from the city manager.
Yes, Mayor. Tonight, we have an emergency item that came up yesterday morning that I would like to have added to the agenda. It is a adoption of a resolution declaring a local state of emergency, sewer mainline failure, and emergency repairs in Fairway Canyon.
So to add that to the agenda as a late add item, the council will have to vote that the item came up after the posting of the agenda and requires immediate attention, which it does. So we need a vote to add it to the agenda.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to add this item to the agenda.
I'll second.
Have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes.
Mayor, do you want to add it to the end of the action items?
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and make that, was it J1? Make that the first action item.
Okay.
That way you can give council a briefing on. Okay, that brings us to item E. We have announcements. We have Red Cross Month proclamation. Good evening. Yes, sure. I'll read this for you. Whereas this March, we celebrate American Red Cross Month by recognizing the compassionate acts of people in Riverside County and by renewing our commitment to lend a helping hand to our neighbors in need. Since Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross more than 140 years ago, generation after generation has stepped up to deliver relief and care across our country and around the world, bringing our best of humanity in the times of crisis. Advancing this noble mission, the volunteers, blood and platelet donors, and supporters who now give back through the American Red Cross of Riverside County remain unwavering in their commitment to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of today's emergencies. And whereas their volunteer and generous contributions shine a beacon of hope in the people's darkest hours, whether it's delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, providing critical blood donations for hospital patients, supporting service members, veterans, and their families, saving lives with first aid, CRP, AED, and other skills, delivering international aid, and reconnecting loved ones separated by global crisis. And whereas this work to uplift our community is truly made possible by those who selfishly answer the call to help, whenever and wherever it is needed. We hereby recognize this month of March in honor of their remarkable service, and we ask everyone to join in their commitment to care for one another, and now therefore be it proclaimed March 2025 as Red Cross Month, and encourage all citizens of the City of Beaumont to reach out and support humanitarian mission.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have something to share with us?
Well, I'd just like to say thank you on behalf of all of our volunteers. Our volunteers make up about 95% of the workforce of the American Red Cross. We couldn't do the work that we do without them. And whether it's helping a family that just lost their home in a fire, or if it's going to the Los Angeles area to help the people affected by the wildfires, like you said in the proclamation, to help at our blood drives or to transport life-saving blood from our donor centers to the hospitals, or if it's reaching out and helping people in the armed forces. Our volunteers do a tremendous job, and we couldn't do it without them. So I thank you for taking the time to recognize them and the work that we do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate the work that you do as well.
Thank you.
Let's take a picture. All right.
Whichever way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate what you do. Next, we have Southern California Edison Wildfire Mitigation Plan update.
Council, this is Eileen Flores with Southern California Edison.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City team. I'm Eileen Flores, Government Relations Manager with Southern California Edison. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening about the recent public safety power shutoffs, also known as PSPS, which were necessary due to extremely dangerous fire conditions across the region. This recent PSPS event was the largest and most complex since the inception of SCE's PSPS program. driven by widespread extreme winds, highly flammable vegetation, low humidity, and extreme fire risk. We were faced with an extraordinary convergence of extreme weather conditions. We recognize the hardships that customers face when we must shut off power, which is why the decision to shut off power is never taken lightly and only used as a last resort to protect the public, our employees, and the community. This evening, I will talk about the January 2025 Public Safety Power Shutoff events, and PSPS is just one of the many tools we have as part of our wildfire mitigation plan. Let's see if I get this right. Are you guys seeing that?
There we go.
Okay. So on this slide, you'll see a map of SCE service area. It identifies areas that the California Public Utilities Commission and CAL FIRE have designated as high fire risk areas in our service area. You could see that the orange and the red areas are considered as Tier 2 and Tier 3, and those are elevated fire threat areas and extreme fire threat areas. Around 14,000 miles of 51,000 miles of SCE's overhead distribution and transmission lines are above ground, and they travel through high fire risk areas. I have a better map that I can send you. This is a map of the distribution lines in the city of Beaumont. There are 20 distribution circuits that serve the city, and 13 of those are considered as PSPS circuits because they travel through high fire risk areas. This is the map that you can find on the California Public Utilities High Fire Threat District. It's available online, and you can see that Beaumont is designated with the star right above it, and you could see that it is kind of like in the donut hole of high fire risk areas. While we've de-energized customers for safety in the past, SCE officially began using PSPS in 2018 to prevent wildfire ignitions during periods of high winds accompanied by dry vegetation and low humidity. It is one of the many strategies that are part of our wildfire mitigation plan, which is approved by state legislators. While disruptive and often very frustrating for customers, PSPS helps protect our communities by reducing the risk of a catastrophic wildfire. During the January PSPS events, we identified over 70 instances of damage in areas in which we had de-energized for PSPS. Had their lines remained energized, in some cases, the damage could have ignited a fire. And beyond those 70 incidents, the de-energized wires prevented faults that could have caused fires. SCE is committed to improving and looking closely at ways to reduce PSPS usage with increased grid hardening and enhanced monitoring, and to assist customers during the disruption caused by this critical safety tool. We consider PSPS when strong winds, very dry vegetation, and low humidity are forecasted. Under these conditions, a fire could spread rapidly. PSPS reduces the risk that winds could cause flying debris to hit our lines or damage our equipment and cause a fire. Our meteorologists review weather conditions daily using both internal and external models. They track periods of high winds and low humidity. Our fire scientists calculate the dryness of local plants and grass using both modeling and biweekly sampling across our service area. We consider PSPS when there is a high risk of our equipment being the source of an ignition. SCE uses approximately 1,700 pole-top weather stations for real-time monitoring on or adjacent to the circuits in scope for the event. And SCE crews patrol circuits before and during PSPS events to provide additional information regarding actual weather conditions. In advance of any PSPS event, SCE has plans in place to reduce the number of customers affected and by potentially switching some customers to neighboring circuits. This is our ideal timeline for notifications. When strong winds are in the forecast, we'll start planning for a PSPS about 4 to 7 days in advance. Starting 3 days in advance of a potential PSPS event, SCE issues notifications to public safety partners, local, county, and state government officials, emergency management agencies, fire authorities, and critical infrastructure customers to assist in their planning and preparation for potential PSPS. And then starting 2 days in advance of the event, we notify customers. After a PSPS event, every de-energized line must be physically inspected to make sure it is safe and free of hazards. Restoration times are typically up to 8 hours once a circuit is cleared for inspection. There could be delays if the conditions are dangerous or if damage is found, then we must conduct repairs. Remote circuits where we need helicopter or foot patrols can only be safely inspected in daylight, which may lead to additional delays. All of the measures used to evaluate the risk of fire danger were very high in January. We had dry conditions from October 2024 through January 2025, and it was one of the driest periods in Southern California going back to 1895, leaving much of the vegetation extremely dry and receptive to fire. In addition, humidity was quite low. We also had very high wind speeds. We had wind gusts in the region that were between 70 and 80 miles per hour, with isolated gusts near 100 miles per hour during the peak of the event. And then also the fire size potential was estimated to be in the 5 to 10,000 acre range for this event, with some areas exceeding 10,000 acre potential and as high as 40,000 acres. These are just some of the numbers from the January PSPS event. We know the extended power outages from the major windstorms and wildfires were hardships. Many SCE customers across Southern California were without power for days, which led to increased frustration. For the January event, there were over 600 circuits in scope and 350 were de-energized. We notified over 700,000 customers that they may experience a PSPS, and approximately more than 365,000 customers throughout 8 counties experienced a shutoff. For customers who were de-energized in January, we're sorry that the PSPS experience was made even more difficult when our communication tools did not function as they should. When our communication tools do function as designed, they are very informative. We are constantly looking for ways to improve our wildfire mitigation plans, including how we implement public safety power shutoffs. In the near term, we continue to add coated wire, also known as covered conductor, and hardening the grid with fast-acting fuses and advanced technology. While these strategies will not eliminate the potential for PSPS de-energizations, these steps will help reduce the scope of PSPS events. And then the last slide provides some of the resources and information for the community. And what I'd really like to point out is that we do have a medical baseline program so that customers who do rely on medical equipment that uses power, it's very important that they sign up for those for medical baseline, so they have that added level of communication so that we can notify them. And so what we do is we'll contact them either by phone or text, and if we don't get a positive response from them, we actually will have someone from our field crews go out to their home to make sure that they receive the notification so that they're aware of the outage. And we also partner with 211 through the United Way to make sure that those with additional needs have those resources. So we want to make sure they're connected before an emergency. And then also, we want to make sure that customers have their information updated with customer service, because for some folks, they change their phone numbers, have a new email address, and so the notifications are not getting to them. And I know one of the concerns that we get is sometimes we send out too many notifications, so we are working on that also. But I do want to thank you for this opportunity tonight to speak to you about PSPS outages. And I'm hoping, SCE is hoping this is just one of the first conversations or one of the first opportunities we have to discuss PSPS more. And we value your feedback, both positive and negative, and especially welcome your suggestions on what we could do, what would be most helpful during these PSPS deactivations. So thank you.
Thank you. Can you, the map with the circuits on it, can you just make sure that we have a nice, clear map
Yes.
of that we could post to our website?
This one right here? Yes, I will make sure that you can read it without having to use a magnifying glass.
I would appreciate that personally, but thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Councilmember Finn, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Eileen, for being here. It was partly my request, and so I appreciate the information. I know we've got a little bit of frustration with the public. We have a lot of homes that were built in 2000 and newer with underground utilities within the neighborhood. Do you have the information and could talk to the level of detail as to how some of these circuits are fed from power lines?
So I would have to find out which circuit, which I can do more research on, but for those that are underground circuits within their neighborhood, in order for a lot of the circuits in the area, although you're underground, the feed has overhead subtransmission lines, or part of the circuit is overhead. So that's where the issue is. So like, some of the circuits can also be as short as 3 miles up to 30 miles. So as it travels through that circuit, you're getting circuits that are above ground.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
And so I happen to know that I live in the Randell circuit.
Okay.
I'm in the Oak Valley Greens neighborhood, which is also includes our 55 and older neighborhood of Solera. And so I heard quite a number of complaints of why do they keep shutting the power off, and for this instance in January, we had it happen 4 times. I do appreciate the notifications, and I had signed up for those, and I saw those coming in, and as council members, we get emails, and I've seen the updates on those too, and so I know to look for my circuit and so forth. But if you're able to better share or even put up on the screen again the email address the website address that had that, how to look that up so someone
right
can
there.
know.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you, okay. And so that way people can refer to that and look that up and be more prepared, so I appreciate that. And then do you know if there's any plans for any upgrades for any circuits in the Beaumont area? And you mentioned there's the potential for covered wires, and I think you said the fast-acting circuit breakers. I know Southern California is a big area, and you've got a lot of areas to cover, but do you know if there's any upgrade, work in the queue for our area?
I will have to look into those details for you. I know that in some areas we have installed covered conductor. I think it was on the circuit that serves Solera. I can't remember the name of the circuit. You would think I would remember that one. But I know we installed covered conductor for that area. I will get the details for you.
Okay. And then, so we appreciate the efforts and appreciate you coming out. And just another thing too is I think homeowners can adjust to that, when they know what's coming. But then we have businesses that are out, and so every time that happened, we had, our center where Rite Aid is located with 2 gas stations out, a pharmacy, multiple restaurants, and so forth. So they lose the revenue. Employees lose their pay because they get sent home, and that sort of stuff. And that's just what I saw of one tiny little sliver of what's going on, California-wide. So, but we appreciate you being out here and, and sharing the information. I think as the public understands better, we can prepare for it ourselves better too. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to say thanks to Eileen Flores. She has been an excellent partner to this city. Her and I communicate frequently, and she never has missed an opportunity to give us information, be with us when we need her, and do public presentations. So I just want to thank her for that.
Thank you very much, Eileen. That brings us to item 3, E3. Mr. Chief Talese.
Okay, you know it's serious when I have a written script and I'm standing at the podium, because I will only do this for the chief. Mayor and council, it is with a deep sense of gratitude and admiration that I stand before you today to recognize an extraordinary individual who has served our city with unwavering dedication, commitment, and passion. For the last 10 years, Chief Delis has been a steadfast leader, guiding our police department with integrity, courage, and an unparalleled sense of duty. When Chief Delis took on this role in 2015, it wasn't just about overseeing law enforcement, it was about righting the ship, all while creating a safer, more vibrant community for every person who calls our city home. It was about upholding justice, protecting the vulnerable, and leading by example. Chief Delis faced many challenges, especially in the early days, yet each time we've all watched as he met each obstacle head-on. The decisions made were always in the best interest of our community, often under intense pressure, yet always with calm professionalism. Through all the highs and lows, Chief Delis has been a pillar of strength, not only for the police department, but for this entire city. It's hard to put into words the immeasurable impact one person can have, but I think we can all agree that Chief Delis' leadership has touched the lives of so many. Under his guidance, our city's police force has not only kept our streets safe, but has also fostered deeper connections with the people that we serve. The countless hours spent mentoring officers, building relationships with community organizations, and guiding our officers to always strive for excellence will certainly leave a lasting legacy. It's easy to forget that behind the uniform and the badge, there's a person who cares deeply about the people they serve. Chief Delis has demonstrated time and time again that law enforcement is about more than just enforcing laws. It's about serving with heart, understanding, and compassion. Chief, on behalf of the entire city, I want to thank you for your tireless service, your leadership, and your selflessness over these past years. Your legacy will be felt for generations to come, and your impact will continue to resonate in the very fabric of our community. You leave behind a department stronger than when you first arrived, a city safer and more connected, and a legacy that will never be forgotten. Thank you for your dedication, your service, and most importantly, for your heart. We wish you all the best in your next chapter, knowing that you will forever be a cherished part of Beaumont's story. You're welcome.
Well, thank you, everybody. I'll be brief because I've got some words for the 17th, but I'll just say thank you. I had an idea, I had a vision on how to make the Beaumont Police Department the finest organization in the state, leading men and women who are dedicated to believing in something bigger than self. I always had your support, leadership support, the community support, my people's support. Made my job pretty easy. And then I just want to leave with a thought. I was reading, Paul tells Timothy in 2 Timothy 2:2, and the things that you heard from me among many witnesses, commit these to faithful men who will be able to teach others also. That's a nice word, faithful. And I'm at peace knowing that the leadership of this organization is in the hands of faithful men such as these. And thank you very much. Oh, that's fine.
I want to smudge it.
Well, thank you very much. Very nice. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Do you want to go us down or?
I'll come up.
Yeah.
Oh, to come down? Okay. Sure.
So we'll just do one with them and then we'll bring the team.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna go right.
Hey, Chief. I've got a comment for you. We're not done with you yet. Anybody else want? Councilman Martinez?
Yeah, I didn't get to make it to the employee appreciation luncheon, so I didn't get to say things that I really wanted to say to you. So there's a couple of things. Number one, I first started as clerk, and unfortunately I had the unfortunate pleasure of working briefly with your predecessor. But you soon came aboard, and you know, at that point, still clerk, trying to see what everything was going on, but I had a lot of confidence and motivation in you, because I saw a fresh look and turn for the city. And I want you to know that ever since then, it's been every year of improvement. I mean, every year you added some layer. Just when I thought you couldn't outdo yourself, you did something else again. And I appreciate it deeply, because it really brought the city around. And, you know, the public, when you talk to the public, they have such a high respect for you. And you can't say enough about that, because it makes our job that much easier to know that the public has that confidence in their police force and with their chief. So I want to, from the deep part of my heart, I want to thank you for that. On a side note, little story. When I first came in as council, my second month, I actually got a ticket. And I did a California stop and got a ticket and wasn't happy about it. And I remember coming to Chief, and I didn't know you that well yet, and I had come to you and I said, I want you to know that I got a ticket from one of your officers. And I can't remember the exact words, but it was pretty much to the effect, well, if there's an infraction, there's a consequence. And I was like, okay, so this guy means business. And, you know, and I thank you for that. You had the integrity to do and uphold your job, and you have ever since. So just I wanted to say that to the public and on the dais. So thank you for all your work, and good luck in your endeavors.
Thank you, Councilmember. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Councilmember Finn?
Yeah, I'll be brief, Chief. So recently we got the results back from a public survey, and public safety was at the top of the list. And you and your staff helped make that happen. We were blessed by your service. We wish you the best and Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember White?
Yeah, Chief, I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with you for 10 years, and you will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor
Chief.
Pro Tem Voigt?
Thank you, Mayor. From one public safety family to another, thank you to you and your family for the sacrifice that you guys do on a regular basis. You're always looking out for the community, and I wish you the best. You will be missed.
Thank you.
And I'll wait till the 17th to,
Yeah.
but we just appreciate your efforts and the sacrifices your family has made to allow you to work here. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just close with the last regret of a failure that I have is that for the last 10 years, I've tried to outgive what this community gave me, and I just couldn't do it. This community, this council, the staff gives. I've tried to work in a way that was honorable, that was bigger than self, was purpose-driven. But if I can give any public servant advice, just keep giving more of yourself, because the reciprocal relationship, it's all the reward you need. And so thank you so much for everything that you've allowed me to do. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, it brings us to item F, our public comment period. Any one person may address City Council on any matter not on the agenda. There is a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the City Council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comment to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Any one person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. Nicole, do we have any public comments this evening on items not on the agenda?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar. Are there any items that council wishes to pull for discussion? Or do we have any public comments?
Yes, I believe we have public comment for an item on consent calendar. Mia, do we have a caller on the line?
Yes, I have a caller for G9.
And Mayor, I wish to pull a G8.
Mayor, if you'd like, I'll move to approve G1 through 7.
I'll second.
And G,
I think we're pulling it because
G9
of the
we're pulling.
public comment.
Yeah, we're pulling G8 and G9. Can we have roll call on the remainder?
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. We'll go ahead and go to item G8.
Thank you, Mayor. So I pulled this because I would like to ask my colleagues for consideration for Section E on resident traveler, if they would consider modifying revising the travel from 50 miles to 40 miles. I've noticed that a lot of the conferences are happening in Rancho now, Rancho Mirage, Rancho and Desert Hot Springs, especially the Skag. And the 40 miles makes a little more sense when it comes to those that have a lot of overnight activity and so forth. So if you would consider that from a 50-mile to 40-mile for resident traveler, Section E on the policy definition.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm good. I think we need a motion, right?
You want to call that your motion?
Yep, I can make a motion to modify the Section E resident traveler to revise the mileage from 50 miles to 40 miles.
I'll second. Have roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. That brings us to item G9. Can you pass the caller through, please?
Caller, can you hear us? Caller, can you hear us? We'll give him a call back.
Mr. Mayor, could we go over the youth council report while we're waiting?
Do what? I'm
Do
sorry.
we expect that to take a little bit?
It's going to take a couple minutes, yeah. She's going to call him back. And then
Okay.
transfer.
Do we have a youth council report?
None tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
But I will mention while we're waiting, if I may, is that
Please.
Banning Youth Council is having their meeting tonight, and I do believe a couple of the members are going to be attending that.
Fantastic.
And our records clerk is attending with them as a chaperone.
Oh, that's really taken off.
It's
really
really
good.
well. And then next week, if you remember, at our youth council meeting, Banning will be coming to ours.
Okay,
So.
fantastic. We could,
Oh, no, I missed something.
We weren't able to get him on the phone. He's not answering.
okay, if he calls back, let me know. We'll hold, we'll hold item G. We can come back to that. So with that, we'll go to public hearings. Item I1, public hearing and consideration of a resolution for the Fourth Amendment to the city's fiscal year 2025-2029 capital improvement plan.
Mayor, do you mind if we take I1 with the new J2, the new J3, and the new J4? They all relate to the Potrero Interchange Project. And we have guests here from RCTC.
Oh, sure.
We can certainly give the staff reports, but if we could collectively talk about all of them.
Council okay with that? We have a consensus on that? Yes, please, do so.
All right, thank you. IT, can you share my screen? That's not my screen. Can we stop that?
So while we're waiting for that, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing at 7:09. Is that all right?
All right, sorry about that. So approximately 1 year ago, Potrero Interchange Phase 2 was reinitiated. Council awarded Mark Thomas the contract to complete the design and authorized RCTC to act as lead for the design and right-of-way phases. During this last year, the project team has worked diligently to finish the plans, and we've overcame many issues and obstacles affecting nearly every aspect of the project. Today, the project team is anticipating a RTL or ready to list later this month. Mark Thomas has finalized the plans and cost estimate. The 100% cost estimate indicated a funding gap of approximately $7.4 million. In a few minutes, Darren Johnson, the division manager from Mark Thomas, will go over the 100% construction cost estimate and project status. Following Darren, Eric Galloway, RCTC's Project Delivery Director, and David Lewis, RCTC's Project Manager, will go over additional project cost. The fiscal year 25 CIP Amendment Number 4 proposes to close that funding gap with TUMP funds and general fund balance. City staff has worked with WRCOG to identify additional funding for the project and identified capacity left on existing TriPoint TUMP credit agreements for Potrero. The credit agreement was used for Phase 1 and has approximately $2.4 million remaining. WRCOG has granted permission for the city to apply the remaining credit to the existing Mark Thomas design contract. This current contract is funded using past zone tip funds. Additionally, WRCOG allocated an additional $600,000 in the same past zone TUMP funds to cover the existing expenditure on Mark Thomas's contract. Those are invoices Mark Thomas, the company, has already submitted. That would allow 13.5 from that past zone tip funds to be used towards the construction phase. This is in the agreement discussed in item J3 of the original agenda, but it's J4 now. RCTC has identified the total construction cost at $68.1 million. The construction funding gap for just construction is roughly $5 million. That is after we, if council passes this, that is after replacing Mark Thomas's PO with additional TUMP fund credit. This is not the actual construction cost, as council's aware. The actual cost will be established by the bid response anticipated to occur later this year. The 100% cost estimate is the city's best guide on what to expect. And resolving the estimated funding gap means reducing the potential impacts from further increases in construction costs, should the city encounter that with the bid response. Item J3 of the new agenda proposes an amendment to the cooperative agreement between the city and RCTC. The amendment authorizes RCTC to act as lead for the construction phase. The amendment also increases the PS&E and right-of-way phase by roughly $2 million to cover a substantial cost in a Williams pipeline utility relocation. Derek and Eric will discuss that soon. Darren, if you could make your way up to the podium. Lastly, item J2 is a cooperative agreement between the city, RCTC, and WRCOG, allowing WRCOG to distribute the $13.5 million past zone tip funds directly to RCTC, acting as the lead for construction. With that, I'll turn it over to Darren and then followed by Eric.
There we go. You can hear me now. All right. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just to give a brief update on where we are with the design and the project and the cost estimate. As Robert said, we started a little over a year ago, picked back the design back up after it had been on the shelf for a few years, and hit the ground running, knowing that we had a significant deadline that we have to meet now at this time of year to be able to secure the funding that's available for the project. So the team's been working very hard. We've been working very closely with Caltrans, and there have been, comments and additions that Caltrans has made to the project now in the final few months that have raised the cost estimate about $5 million. But overall, the project's going well. We are expecting to make our final submittal, if not this week, next week, and getting final buy-off from Caltrans on everything. So overall, the project is in good shape and on track for the funding deadline.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Eric Galloway, RCTC's Project Delivery Director. In regards to the right-of-way costs, we have a number of utility agreements that we're working through. My team did their own cost estimates, so we could actually have a estimated value. We anticipate there is a contingency in there, but we have to see the final costs that come from the utility agencies. But we anticipate that we will have less cost, but we need to anticipate a larger cost just in case something comes up. In regards to the construction costs, as Robert said, we are seeing construction costs coming up. There's a lot of issues pushing those. And the way I look at this with all of our projects is I need to get it out to the market. I need to get it to the contractors. I need to put it out there for competitive bidding to hear what they're saying is the market cost for the project. Once we get that cost, then we will know exactly what we're facing. And at that point, there'll be a discussion between Robert and my team, and we'll come back to the city council with a recommendation, either a positive of the cost came in less, or we may be talking about a cost increase depending on what the market's showing us. And at that time, we'll be discussing internally within RCTC and your city manager on how we can address that. That's about it. I'll be looking forward to any questions you might have. David?
Thank you. I don't have too much to add. Just appreciate the support from the council and Robert, working closely with him. It's been a pleasure. We're near the finish line. Dealing with Caltrans is quite the process. They develop new guidelines and new policies for us to follow. We do our best to navigate that, but happy to work with the city, and we look forward to finishing the design and go to construction. And I look forward to any questions you guys have. So thank you.
That concludes the presentation. In addition to RCTC and Mark Thomas, staff is available for questions as well.
Okay. Nicole, do we have any public comment on either of these items?
Yes, we do. Mia, can you transfer the caller in? Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
Yes, thank you. Hello, council. And I was going to talk briefly on item G9. This is Ron Roy, Fairway Canyon. I appreciate the council implementing the plus policy for Beaumont. That was a big deal. I appreciate it. And now you're including AB 98 revisions. That's great. And I do have a few questions. First, do these guidelines apply to specific plan amendments or only to the design review stage? And another question I had is, as far as the applicability section of PLUS, it states that the policy guidelines apply to new projects submitted after September 30th, 2024 in compliance with AB 98 and will be implemented during the development review process. So for me, this provision is too rigid, and I would like to ask if you could look to more options for applicability. For example, include applicability for projects where an application submitted before September 30th has expired after a prescribed performance period. Okay, so before the project was reviewed or built. Okay, so this allows the city to return to a project in the future and look at how changes in the area can affect the relevance or suitability of a project. Okay, thank you for G9. Let me try and get to J, 1 through 3. I appreciate it. So that one there, I wanted to clarify, there were some previous comments made at the prior council meeting about the Apertura Interchange project, that a diverging diamond interchange would require the existing 6-lane overpass to be torn down. And that's not correct. I'm here to make sure that you understand that's not correct. There are numerous completed DDI projects and studies throughout the U.S. that confirm that DDIs are in fact very well suited interchange designs because they can and have utilized existing overpasses in their design and completion. And so I've submitted some examples to our Public Works Director, Robert Vesta, which I hope the council will have an opportunity to look over. And so just to give you a quick example, a Florida Atlantic University study found that DDIs were actually superior to partial cloverleafs in a number of ways, including safety, better easing of congestion, cost time to build, and less land required. Also, the Inland Empire's first DDI is under construction over by Cal State San Bernardino at the I-215 University Parkway interchange. And it's only taking 15.4 acres. This shows you how small that footprint can be. So this might be a really good reference for understanding project characteristics and a timeline. Okay, so even if you have a preference for DDIs, council and staff, at least fully discuss the body of evidence that shows why DDIs are very effective interchange designs and why DDIs are superior to partial cloverleaf designs, rather than only indicating DDI drawbacks. Okay, so one last final point. For me, I think there's good news in the wording of the cooperative agreement, and it allows for a modification to the agreement if you have the consent of the parties. So that is really good news. And I know what's on everybody's mind. There's only a few months, right? But I think you could drill down and come up with a reasonable time period to come up with an alternative phase one design review period for DDIs. And, with technology available, maybe it doesn't have to take 6 months to come up with the plans and stuff. So thank you very much. Look at the interchange at San Bernardino under construction. Go for the DDI. I think it's still there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Roy. We have any other public comments, Nicole?
I have no other speakers. Mia, do you have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, so I will close the public hearing at 7:22 and open it up for council comments. Councilmember White?
Real quick, I'm going to have a question for you, Mr. Galloway, but so if you could come up. At our last RCTC meeting, I asked the question of the timing for when we have to start spending money, and I think the response I got was that I think in June, a CTC is going to approve or bless the project, and then we have a certain period of time to get the thing done, right?
When they approve it in June, we have 6 months to award the contract.
Okay.
And that'll be for the contractor.
Okay. And I'll speak to the diverging diamond in a second, but if we were to, at this point, start considering redesigning the project, we lose, I mean, we're back a year back and we lose some of the money, or we could lose all or some of the money, correct?
I would say with Caltrans, it's based on my experience, we would probably be 2 years delayed. And we would have to reinitiate a number of environmental studies because it would change the footprint.
And costs would go up.
Overall, the cost would go up in terms of your consulting costs because of now the time. The second impact will be if it was to change. Your construction costs are going to be 2 years in the future. And I'm going to be honest, one of the things that keeps me worried every night now is what's going to happen with all the tariffs that are being implemented. And I'm trying to research that myself because I'm worried for all of our projects. And I'm trying to anticipate how to compensate and find funding to make that up. So I will tell you, if it goes 2 years later, the cost will go extremely high based on what I'm seeing today.
And then that meeting for CTC, is it in June or?
Yeah, June.
June. And I think Aaron or someone else made a good point that it might be a good idea to have someone from our city show up for that meeting, even though it's more of a formality, but maybe someone like our mayor could show up and make the case for why they should approve it.
What we are seeing right now, highway projects are not what the state wants. I know this interchange is a little bit different, but the prevailing winds are you don't build more highways, you don't expand highways. There are very vocal groups that will come out to the CTC to oppose projects. We have seen it. We saw it with SPTCA's project. They had a toll project that the group came out, pushed back. They actually postponed the funding. It did get approved at the next action. So yes, I would encourage someone to be there to speak positive. I know we will have staff there from RCTC. We're always very vocal about providing, positive support for our projects. We have to have that other voice. Right now, they're hearing one all the time. They need to hear something positive for our projects.
Okay. And then I have just a couple comments for Mr. Roy. First of all, we have seen a number of DDI presentations, Diverging Diamond. It was, I think it's planned for the Calamasa interchange, the Cherry Valley interchange currently. I think Highland Springs is looking at that as well. Where I'm a big fan of it. I think we're sold on those. And I don't believe anyone at the last council meeting said that we would have to tear down the bridge to do a Diverging Diamond. I think what I tried to make clear to people is what I just did here, which is we're not at the point where we can start changing our design. We're at the point where we have to get this done. And again, it's not because we don't think Diverging Diamonds are a good solution. It's because we're at the finish line or near to the finish line, and we don't want to start all over. So that's all I had, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. So with the hopes that, and plan, I'll call it, that RCTC approves the project, and that would be in June, and then we need to award a contract bid within 6 months of that, correct? Okay, and so then so we expect that to be done by before the end of the calendar year. How long would we expect for construction from kind of start to finish? And then also, and then a side question to that is, would this be built in phases? For example, will they take one on or off ramp at a time, or do they start as a whole and work on everything and complete everything at the same time?
That definitely sounds like a RCTC question.
Just keep loading them, huh?
Real quick, RCTC's approved it. It's CTC, California Transportation
Gotcha,
Commission.
thank you.
Yeah, one of the key approvals is through
wrong.
Caltrans too. So we need to get all their environmental cert, the 100% design, and the right-of-way cert. So that's what we're looking for. But as far as your question about the phasing, no, the project will be, all of the direct on-ramps will be complete with the phase 2. There's no plans for a phase 3. So the whole interchange will be built with the phase 2.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you. And then estimated time frame?
2 years, about 2-year time frame for construction.
Super.
Yeah.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I just wanted to share our internal processes. Once we find the contractor, we open the bids and we award it. Typically, we give about a 50 to 60 day time period for the contractor to pull together all their submittals, their schedule, all the things they have to give to us. Also, during that time, we do what's called a value engineering or value analysis. Caltrans does this and Caltrans requires it, but it's more of check the box. The way RCTC approaches it, we try to team with the contractor and work jointly with our CM, our contractor, to try to find ways to streamline the project, save time, save money, make it better for everyone. So I just wanted to share with you in terms of the time frame of what we're going to be doing. You won't see boots on the ground or groundbreaking within 6 months or so. We'll be working through all the submittals, but we'll also be trying to find ways to save money. And I'll just give you an example. I was just on a conference call for a project we have in Temecula. In the design, we had closures of ramps that were going to be 30 days in duration. We worked together with our CM. We were able to reduce those to 10. Right now, we met with the city. They don't like 10. So we're working to actually try to reduce it even more and constrain it and try to not lessen the impact. So those are the types of things my team works on, and I just wanted to share it with you so you understand that we're not just going to say, oh, well, that's what the bid is and we're going to move forward, but we're going to try to save time, save money for everyone.
Very nice, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just real quickly on the $5 million for the stabilization. If we don't know the exact cost of the construction yet, then is it premature to put the $5 million in there now? Or is there a reason you're requesting that now?
Yeah, the reason is twofold. One, RCTC has presented their agreement with a construction cost in there. So by agreeing to that, we want to make sure that it's fully funded up to that point. The agreement is. And then also, if council chose not to allocate those funds now and we receive bids and the bids are even more the bids are higher than we anticipate even right now, the gap that we would have to close at that point will be significantly higher. And I'm not sure what the financial situation will be at that time.
Is it required to show that we have the money in there now when we approve with RCTC as far as what, did I say that right? CTC. So their cost estimates show this much, so we have to show that we can handle that much.
Our agreement is with RCTC.
Oh, it is RCTC. Okay.
Yeah, so they're going to be the lead for construction.
Right.
We're agreeing that the construction amount at this time is approximately 98 million. It's obviously from the city standpoint, since we're entering into the agreement, it would be nice to have that in the bank. However, in discussions with RCTC, they would consider not having that at this point because the construction is kind of phased and they I don't want to butcher this. Eric, if you want to speak to this, it's the way that they bill against it.
Yeah, one of the unique ways that we've adopted over the last couple of years is when we look at a project, because all these projects are a long duration, it'll be 2 years, we look at the fiscal cost each year. What we want to do is anticipate making sure that we have that money for those fiscal years, the first fiscal year, and then we can work towards the next fiscal year and making sure we have the funds coming in and we can identify it. What that does is it gives us the opportunity to identify other funding sources if necessary to fill that gap if there's a gap on the last fiscal year. All the costs are not going to be that first payment, but they'll be over time, and then that last payment we have to make sure we have all the money at that point. So we approach it a little bit differently now and looking at every fiscal year and what that cost is. So.
Okay, thank you.
Most of my questions have been answered. The only question that I'm left with is in regards to, what item number is it? It has to do with the adjustment from in the right-of-way from 100 feet to 600 feet or 700 feet, which is a 600-foot difference for the piping. Is that an error, or did we have to relocate utilities, or what caused that? It's a $3.3 million difference.
Sure. Darren, do you want to handle this one?
What that difference was from is originally Williams, they have a gas line that goes under SR 60. The original design showed that they needed to relocate about 100 feet of pipeline, about 50 feet on either side of SR 60. From there, the pipeline runs through the property to the north of the freeway, and it is underneath where the proposed Western Knolls Parkway is going to be relocated. 5 years ago, during the design, Williams didn't say anything about being concerned about the pipeline being buried under the roadway. But now as we got into the design further, they're concerned that, number one, their pipeline would be under about 25 or 30 feet of dirt. So it'd be buried and, probably damaged by all the weight of that dirt. And then secondly, if they ever had to maintain it or do anything, it's so deep and it's underneath the roadway. So they had to relocate it out from underneath that new roadway. So that was something that they had not identified previously. And then as we got started in the design back in January, that's when they identified that.
Thank you.
On that note, Mayor, may I just ask? So it wasn't a Caltrans requirement, it was an original design look at to redo it. All right, and I appreciate that because we have to, account for dipping into the bank now. And, residents are gonna wanna know, what we've got less in there, why? And somebody needs to answer to that. So anyway, thank you. Thank you, man.
Any further comments or questions from council? Seeing none, look for motions.
Mr. Mayor, do we need to close the public hearing for I-1 first?
It was closed.
Oh,
I closed,
I
yes.
missed it, okay.
So let's take the public hearing first. Do I have a motion on I-1?
Mr. Mayor, I move to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont amending the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2025 to 2029.
I'll second. Have a roll call on that one, please?
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Foyt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Okay, that brings us to J1, J2, and J3.
We're calling it J2, right?
J2, J3, and J4.
I'm sorry.
J2, J3, and J4.
You
Thank you.
changed, when was the number you changed?
G9 became J.
G9,
Oh, no,
yeah,
no, the emergency, sorry.
Okay.
This became J1,
Yes.
Right.
the emergency staff report.
Mayor, I'll move the recommended actions on J2, J3, and J4.
I'll second.
A roll call, please?
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Foyt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to go back and make a motion to approve under consent calendar item G9.
I'll second that.
A roll call, please?
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Foyt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes.
No, I think we do
Okay.
I2.
So, let's go ahead and finish up the public hearings, and then we'll go to the emergency item. Okay. That brings us to item I2, public hearing proposed for parking suspension extension temporarily terminating off-street parking requirements for the existing non-residential structures in downtown district as identified in the downtown district's map.
Mayor, we have Carol Kendrick, Interim Community Development Director, on Zoom.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. Carol Kendrick, Planning Staff, presenting Plan 2025-0180, which is an extension of Plan 2023-1001. A suspension of parking requirements in the downtown areas of the downtown area. There are specific areas identified. In 2020, the city received a grant for a parking master management plan. The parking management plan identified 15 areas to address parking needs for the city. The council also adopted the downtown revitalization plan last year that suggested parking strategies for the downtown, and the city to prepare a detailed parking study and eliminate minimum parking in the downtown was part of the recommendation. The zoning code parking regulations provide sorry, my notes are not working here. The zoning code parking regulations provide barriers to businesses operating in the downtown. So in 2023, the council approved the suspension of parking in specific downtown areas related to non-residential structures. This request remains consistent with the Economic Development Strategic Plan of 2018, items A, C, and E under real estate development and revitalization and redevelopment, and E of placemaking. The 2021 general plan goals 5.1, 5.4, and 5.5 also support this request. And then the parking management plan of 2020 does include short-term parking requirements to lower parking requirements in the areas that are identified, and identified a surplus of approximately 828 spaces in the core sub-area of the downtown. this request to extend the parking suspension requirements is also consistent with the strategic plan 2023 target 3 goals 2, 4, and 6 to attract businesses to the downtown. Planning is also currently processing a comprehensive zoning code update that establishes parking standards for zoning codes. And so at this time, staff would be recommending that the council approve an additional 18-month extension of the suspension of parking requirements in specific downtown areas for non-residential structures to allow the zoning code update to go forward and allow the city to work forward with implementing recommendations from the parking management plan and the downtown revitalization plan. This item was reviewed by the Planning Commission in February, and they did make a recommendation of approval to the City Council by a vote of 4-0. So at this time, staff would like to recommend that the City Council open the public hearing and take testimony and sorry, my notes are not coming up as they should, and recommend that the City Council waive the first full reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet extending the temporary suspension of parking requirements for existing non-residential structures in the downtown district for a period not to exceed 18 months. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Carol. With that, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing at 7:42. And do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
And I will close the public comment at 7:42 and open it up for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I support this. I think that it's important for our businesses as we're still working through some of our zoning to, continue to remove any red tape that maybe we have for them at this time, to continue with not only the revitalization plan, but also to refine what we are working on. So I'm in support of this. And if there's no other comments, I'll move to make a motion. Okay.
Looks like we're good.
All right. I will move to waive the first reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont extending the temporary suspension of parking requirements for existing non-residential structures in the downtown district for a period not to exceed 18 months.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Thank you very much, Carol. Hope you feel better. That brings us to the resolution for declaring a local state of emergency, sewer mainline failure, and emergency repairs in Fairway Canyon. Staff report by Elizabeth Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an adoption of a resolution declaring a local emergency and authorizing the city manager to take necessary action. Yesterday morning at approximately 8:30, we received an email from Morongo stating that there was sewer water flowing near the course. Staff immediately responded and found that a major sewer main line had failed near the Fairway Canyon community, specifically adjacent to the Hogan Drive homes. It resulted in a manhole collapse and subsequently a 15-inch sewer mainline failure. City staff immediately contacted a contractor, Weaver Grading, to bring his excavator out to start shoring up because the slope, if you can look at figure 1.2 and 1.3, there's large debris and slope erosion near the site of the failure. Not to mention, there was still a significant amount of raw sewage running down into the creek. And always our priority is to stop that sewer from going out of the main line. There's several photos in your staff report that we provided tonight as part of the emergency item. I want to move to figure 1.5. We ultimately did last night put in a bypass installation so that we are pumping to another manhole until we can shore up that area and make it safe. We did close the walking path. It is a dangerous situation. We also had to coordinate with the Morongo for access across their fairway. You're looking at Champions hole number 5. And so in coordination with them, we moved the escalator across the fairway over to the other side where the incident was occurring. It is still an active situation. The walking path is still closed. We were able to stop the raw sewage, fortunately. We are expecting rain tomorrow and Thursday, and that's of concern to us right now. And so staff spent today looking at how to mitigate any further erosion with this upcoming rain that we're expecting. Our chief building official did go out yesterday to look to see if there was any imminent danger to the homes, and she did state that there is none at this time, but we do continue to monitor the situation, and if needed, we'll notify the residents. Figure 1.8 is the original site plan drawing that you can see, and I'm going to ask Robert or Thaxton to walk council through that so you can understand where the manholes are located in relation to the creek bed.
Sure, I'll do that. Looking at figure 1.8, as you see the steep slope down, the first manhole that it runs into is the one that we lost. It shows it in a pretty small valley there for the storm runoff. And then the one that it bridges over to is up in the residential slope. As you can see from the original plans, the pipe and the manhole were both buried and in the embankment that has since eroded away.
Thank you, Thaxton. So again, there's several things that took place. Dig Alert was contacted. The excavator immediately responded. The primary purpose of this was to dam the spill and then start pumping the sewage to the next manhole. There is a process for legal authority for emergency procurement. It is in the city's municipal code, section 3.01.10. Under the public contract code, an emergency declaration must be done, and there's a process that is followed, and that's what we are here tonight to get authority. My signing authority under an emergency declaration is up to $200,000. However, I am required to report that to City Council at the next regular meeting, because in this case, in an emergency situation, there is no time to bid this out. We needed somebody to respond. It was a very emergent situation. The wastewater budget currently has $237,440 in the contingency account. However, only $191,651 is available. If it exceeds the contingency amount, we will need to bring back a budget amendment at a future date. And because we do not know the cost of the excavator and the pump, we have a quote on all of the pump. That's about $2,000 a day. We still need to shore this up. We need to get past the rain. The next available city council meeting is March 18th. And so what I'm asking for tonight is up to and not to exceed $500,000. And the reason I'm asking for that is we don't know what the costs are. And if I go over the $200,000, I have to get council permission. If I set it at a lower price and the price of all of the emergency work comes in at another, say a not to exceed 300, I have to stop the job. And we can't do that with the raw sewage and the pumping and everything. And so Robert and Thaxton and I put our heads together. We believe that a not to exceed of 500,000 will at least get us to the next March 18th meeting, and we will repetitively have to report this to council until the emergency is mitigated. And with that, the recommended action is to adopt the resolution, authorize the emergency expenditures an amount not to exceed 500,000, direct staff to provide ongoing reports at each subsequent city council meeting, and authorize the city manager to take all necessary actions to mitigate further damage and ensure public health and safety. And we are all here to answer any questions that council may have.
So moved.
I just have a quick question.
One question, but thanks.
So just for
Mr. White.
transparency purposes, when we have an emergency ordinance like this gets added to the minutes for the next meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I will second. The roll call, please.
Did we open for public comment?
I'm sorry. Are we open this item for public comment? Thank you, Mr. Pinckney.
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay,
Ready?
thank you.
Do you need to close?
I'm sorry.
Close the public hearing? Or do you need to?
Was that a public? No.
Sorry, public.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
And
you
I think you have a
Public
first and
comment.
second already.
Jeez. I need caffeine.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Laura?
Yes. That was whole five, right?
Champions whole five.
Okay. Did you find an orange titleist? I'd like to. Thank you.
Come on, Mike, it was pink and we know it.
Okay, I believe we are on J1. Okay, J5. Thank you.
Which is,
We have a public works agreement. Sorry? Okay. J5, public works agreement for construction of the Second Street extension. Dustin.
I think we might have skipped an item.
I'm sorry?
We did?
Yeah, we're on old G.
we're on old J4.
Okay.
I moved to approve J2, 3, and 4. And we voted on it.
But we,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's our CTC one.
We're on
J5.
cooperative agreement for Beaumont Avenue interchange.
Okay, that was J4. So,
we changed all the numbers and added in the emergency one as J1, so
Okay, so this
everything
is now-
after that went, you add a number to it.
okay, so now the new J5 is the cooperative agreement for Beaumont Avenue interchange. Thank you very much for helping me out there.
Hang on one second. My motion was for the J2, J3, J4 on this item, on this
Which,
amendment.
Lloyd, which would,
You included
I said J2, J3, J4, yeah.
which was renumbered.
We had already renumbered it.
Okay.
Next time we're gonna add a number.
Yeah, it would have been better if we'd have made it
Why would you
J,
just put it at the end?
should have been.
My fault.
Mayor, if it makes it easier, I can assign the emergency item a totally different letter, and so it won't disrupt the numbering the rest, if that makes it easiest for you.
I just think we have to clarify that we didn't mean to approve J4. We didn't mean to approve the item that is now J5, cooperative agreement for Beaumont Avenue interchange.
Correct.
What I'm saying is I made the motion to approve it. We voted on it. We approved it. So now how do we back that out?
Yeah, but at that time, we
I mean,
already renumbered.
to be clear, I'm okay with when I made that motion, I looked at those items and that item looked like it was
So
okay. to me.
Lloyd, when we adjusted the agenda, the mayor made the comment of making the emergency item J1. So
I
therefore
understand,
everything
that, but there was no numbering
hold
of
on.
that. There was
Yeah.
nothing to follow on that.
Yeah, I agree. I understand what you're saying, Councilmember White. So Councilmember White is indicating that he's okay with a cooperative agreement for Beaumont Avenue interchange as old J4. If council is okay with that, we have approved it. We did ask for comments on that. Are we okay moving forward?
I understood it. I mean, I can see there may be confusion now, but it was renumbered and the motion was made and it passed, so I think it's approved.
That's fine. Are we good?
There are
And it
4
was
agreements.
also, I think, clear in the discussion in the staff report and the comments that were made, which items we were talking about.
There are 4 agreements. You approved 3 of the 4. There's still 1 outstanding.
Which is?
Yeah, the Beaumont I-10 RCTC agreement.
So the J4 on this one, J5, the new number, cooperative agreement for Beaumont Avenue interchange? Is that one that we haven't approved? Okay, I move to authorize the mayor to execute a cooperative agreement between Riverside County Transportation Commission and the city of Beaumont for Interstate 10 State Route 79 interchange project for project initiation document. Did I make a motion on the correct item?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second.
Do we need to ask for comment?
We have public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do you have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Did we have a second?
Yeah, I
Yes.
second.
Sorry, I know you wanted to make your presentation, but
Okay, we're all sorted out.
We need roll call.
You're good? We have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Sorry, Dustin. Are you doing the next one also?
I'm
Just
doing
real quick.
Second Street, whenever that happens, whichever number that is now.
This is Dustin Christensen, your principal engineer for CIP.
Are we good to move? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity. The Second Street Extension Project will extend Second Street from its current terminus to Pennsylvania Avenue. Allowing access to Second Street from Pennsylvania Avenue will alleviate congestion and improve traffic circulation in the vicinity of Second Street. The proposed road section will be 4 travel lanes, 2 in each direction, with raised medians, double-armed LED streetlights, and paved sidewalks and bike lanes on the south side. This project is partially funded through an Economic Development Initiative Community Project Funding Grant through the Office of Congressman Raul Ruiz. City staff formally advertised the project for public bid on October 29th, 2024. On December 9th, the city received 6 bids, as provided in the staff report. After review from city staff and the city attorney, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder was determined to be MDB General Engineering, Inc., with a bid of $3,799,709. City staff anticipate construction commencing in April of this year. The construction duration is estimated to be approximately 200 days, or about 7 months. The first item of construction will be the on-site biological surveys, burrowing owl surveys, which must be completed 30 days prior to the commencement of construction activities. Staff is recommending that the city award a public works agreement to MDB General Engineering, Inc. for the construction of CIP R12 Second Street Extension in the amount not to exceed $3,799,709, and authorize the city manager to approve up to a 10% contingency of $379,970 for contract change orders and unforeseeable construction costs, and authorize the mayor to sign. And with that, I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Dustin. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
With that, I'll open up for council comments or questions. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, my only question is the $1 million, of course, is requiring federal compliance. So in the event that things don't work out, then you'd be back with a possible amendment to, for
Correct.
that. No.
Correct. We would have to do a budget adjustment for the $1 million.
Okay.
I do want to note that we are following that situation closely. The minute the contractor starts on this, though, we cannot supplant federal money into this project, and so on a daily basis, we're looking at what's happening back east. We have reached out to HUD, who's the pass-through agency for the grant, if you will, from Congressman Ruiz, And we've asked them for written documentation or letter just stating that the federal funding is secure, but we have not received that yet.
Wouldn't hold your breath on
We need to move this project forward or we're going to end up rebidding it if we don't.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Any other comments or motion?
I will move to approve the recommended action and authorize the mayor to sign.
With excitement, I will second that. I'm excited that this project's going to get underway, so thank you.
Is that a second?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. That brings us to item J6, I hope? Amendment?
Original
J.
I think it's J7 now.
J7 now, okay. We're back to, okay. Is it hot in here? Amendment to the contract with Chambers Group.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the requested amendment to the existing contract with the Chambers Group to add the provision of data modeling and appropriate additional funding in the amount of a whopping $9,600.
And I prepared a presentation.
I'll second.
I bet he had a PowerPoint too. We have a motion and a second. We have roll call, please.
Public comment?
Public comment, please. Sorry.
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
First day on the job, so. Thank you very much. Now may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Thanks, Vincent.
Mayor,
Excellent job, sir.
Mayor, on this next item, I need to recuse myself as my husband does business with the Park District.
And that'll bring us to old J7, new J8. Approval of a memorandum of understanding and adoption resolution between the City of Beaumont and the Beaumont Cherry Valley Recreation and Park District for special event fee waivers.
Mayor, this item is being requested to be tabled with no discussion. There's no set date of when this will come back, but it was at the request of the district.
So they'll bring it back when they're ready for it?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. There you go, so. Okay, right. Thank you. Brings us to item J9, approval of financing team for upcoming bond issuances and refinancing. Ms. Jennifer Eustachian.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. What I have before you this evening is a approval for financing team. Periodically, the City of Beaumont will issue bonds and conduct refinancing to fund critical infrastructure improvements and optimize its debt portfolio. To do that, there is a team that is put in place. That's your financing team that consists of a financial advisor, an underwriter, and bond counsel, and the description of what each of them do is a part of your staff report. The firms have worked with the city previously on many financings. They have extensive expertise, have helped the city minimize borrowing costs and maintain compliance with all applicable regulations and effectively manage its debt portfolio. You have the qualifications of, it is UFI, Urban Futures Inc., Stiefel, and Stradling, Yoka, and Carlson and Roth LLP. Those are attached. The recommended action is to approve the selection of the financing team for the upcoming issuances and refinancing. There was a list provided attached to your staff report. I have added a transaction that is currently in process that City Council will see coming very soon, probably at the next council meeting. That is the 2016-3 Series 2. Otherwise, there are some upcoming refinancings for CFDs and wastewater bonds. And we are planning to go out in May of 2025 to do a request for proposal for new financing team starting July 1st. With that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, I'll open it up for council discussion. Councilmember White?
So I understand why we're going out to bid, and I think it makes sense for the bond, for the sewer bonds in April, May, is that what you said?
In May, we will put out a request for proposal.
Okay. Why are we, I don't know that we've ever done this before, approved. Aren't these consultants already under contract? Are we doing a new contract, or why are we, I don't know why we're approving a team that's already on board.
There is no current contract in place. It's engagement letters for each transaction. And so going out to request for proposal would put a contract in place for each of the consultants.
Okay, so we've done this before then. We've approved the team before. I don't remember ever, I remember going out, I remember approving them originally, all of those groups. But I don't know that we've approved them every time there's a bond issuance that we're considering. I'm just wondering why we're doing that.
Because we don't have a contract and I'm not authorized to sign the engagement letters.
So why don't we do engagement letters?
I didn't hear.
Why wouldn't we do engagement letters? Why aren't you asking for authorization to sign engagement letters? See, here's my problem. You're asking us to approve a team, and then you're providing us with attachments like qualifications and engagement letters and stuff like that. It just seems like we're being asked to approve. I don't know. It just seems strange. Again, if we've done this before, I'm losing my mind, and I apologize. But I don't think we've done this before, have we?
At least not since I've been in this position, we have not. It is GFOA best practice to do a request for proposal for these types of engagements, and doing that in May will have us practicing best practices and put contracts in place.
And I'm not arguing that at all. I'm just suggesting that we already have these guys on. Why we're changing the way that we're doing business with them?
So the item, if you look at the recommended action, it's recommended City Council approve the selection of the financing team, and then it lists them and authorize city manager to sign engagement letters for the transactions. The attachments include the list of upcoming bond issuances. Item B is the Urban Futures qualification. C is Urban Futures engagement letter with the WW refinancing. D is their Urban Futures engagement letter for CFD refinancing. E is the Stifle engagement letter. F is the straddling qualifications, and G and H are also engagement letters. So it is actually authorizing the city to enter into those engagement letters, given that the prior contracts, I assume, have expired, or they're just no longer in contract. So it's
okay. So
that's
the
reason.
focus is not that we're approving the team. The focus is that we're approving the engagement letters.
I think that's the main thing. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just real quickly, Jennifer, for the public, can you just briefly why we refinance and what the benefit is to doing a refi? Because I don't want to get the connotation that we're going out for new bonds or changing the date and all that.
Absolutely. So when you get into original bond issuance, you might be at a certain interest rate. Refinancing could, kind of like a mortgage, lower that interest rate and provide you savings in our debt service payments that we pay. And that's savings that go to the taxpayers.
Very well. Thank you.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. And the goal is to not extend any term, any payoff terms, correct?
That's correct,
okay.
right. And all of any type of refinancing or issuance will have to come before council for approval.
Okay. And then I don't recall remembering seeing it written this way, but for example, anytime I see 93-114, that catches my attention because that's the one I live in. But it says special tax refunding bonds. Does that mean it had been refinanced once before? Or I know I just don't understand what it means by saying they're refunding bonds.
We do have Mike Bush on the line, and he can respond to that if he's.
So can I jump in here real quick? Because I had the same thoughts when I saw that, because my CFD's on there too. And I didn't think it was a problem because we weren't discussing them specifically. But if we're starting to discuss them specifically, are we now getting into areas that we shouldn't be getting into?
I think that is probably beyond the scope of the item that's in front of you tonight. It's really, this item's about approving the financing team and the engagement letters. And if we're going to start breaking down, and a refunding is a refinance.
Okay.
Basically. So it's just a word that's used instead of refinance.
Yeah, I think maybe just
I
clarify
don't want to
that.
get into the individual bonds.
Had those been refinanced before? Am I okay in asking that question?
Just ask for the
Not in 10
terms.
years, they haven't. They have to be in term for 10 years before you can refinance them.
Correct, and that's what I was going to have Mike
I'm
answer.
Okay.
Mike, are you there? Michael?
Yes, Elizabeth, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you answer
So let me,
Councilmember Finn's? Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been listening in, Elizabeth. So let me take a step back if the council will give me the opportunity to do so. So, Mr. White, as you recall, we refinanced a bulk number of CFDs about 10 years ago. It was 2016. We went through a process then similar to this one because there's upwards of 10 different CFDs involved. So if you recall, we discussed different underwriters at that time, and that's when we brought in really Stradling to do more legal work on the bonds. So this team has been in place most of it for that period of time, with the exception of the underwriter. A few years back, we did bid out underwriting. The council selected a group of underwriters. We worked with 3 different underwriters, and at the end of the day, the current firm Stiefel performed best as it related to CFDs. So that's a little background on how this group all got together. The city has, as you're aware, bid out its special tax consultant, which will also be part of this team. The remaining candidates, UFI, Stradling, and underwriting with Stiefel, are subject to bid out. And as Jennifer pointed out, it's a GFOA best practice to do so. So I think the items before you, because it's an extraordinary financing, where typically when we bring documents to you for each CFD, inside of those documents are the engagement of your financing team individually. In this case, we are bringing a number of CFDs before you. In fact, I envision this team will be before you prior to you making a recommendation on specific bond documents, because we will need council policy direction on each individual CFD to determine the best approach. To be a little more specific, a few of the CFDs that are subject to refinancing are old Beaumont Financing Authority transactions, which we'd like to close the Beaumont Financing Authority if we can through this process. We'll need direction from you to do that. I believe there's at least one that has an escalator, so we need direction from the council to move forward with removing it as an escalator. And then ultimately, because we have a pool of different CFDs, we'll want to look at the savings requirement or objective, I should say, by the council to determine if we are going to solely look at the GFOA best practice of a 3%, or are we going to look at a 3% combined? And in some cases, as a few of the council members may recall, we even look at dollar amounts of annual savings as part of the consideration. So we will be in front of you soon. And I think this item is coming before you, obviously for the engagement letters, but also so the team can continue to do its work on that specific item, so we can be before you shortly to get direction to move forward. And the objective is to close this transaction before the end of June, so that we can effectuate the lower tax or lower assessment for the next fiscal year. So your special tax consultant will need that information in June in order to make sure that the lower assessments are on the tax roll for the following year. To answer the specific question about the refinancing, some of these bonds have already been refinanced once, and all bonds that are refinancing will have that title on it, refinancing bonds. The only difference you might see is the series name. So for example, a bond may be a special tax refunding bond series 2016, 2017. Those were likely financed at that period of time, and they were likely 10 years old. Every bond going forward that's subject to this item that's successfully refinanced will have the name of Special Tax Refunding Bond Series 2025. These specific bonds, I don't know off the top of my head, but most of what you're going to see that's related to 93-1 is likely been refinanced. There are some that we're looking at that are from 2016 this would be their first opportunity before council to refinance should the market be their first to do so.
That answers my question. Thank you very much.
Mayor, may I ask Mr.
Yes.
Bush a quick question? So, Mr. Bush, Mr. Finn brought up the suggestion that our goal was not to extend the terms, but that's not a goal. We just legally can't, correct?
You probably could with your wastewater transaction, to be more specific, and you might be able to with CFD, but something the council's policy action hasn't. But let me break that down for you and why you might want to consider it. So the wastewater transaction will go before you and will present savings based on interest rate savings. It's possible that the city may need capital improvements. I mean, you had an item on tonight. And rather than raise rates, you may decide, hey, Mike, we'd like to refinance the bonds and keep the debt service the same, but we need $2 million or $3 million for improvements. In order to effectuate that, we might have to extend the term a little bit to refinance that debt, but it's pretty uncommon. And the only reason you would do it, Councilmember White, is if you needed new money. The council's past practice with CFDs, and I assume will continue to be, will be to keep the terms the same. I actually think in one case we might have lowered a term by a year or two when we do the refinancings if it works out that way. So, but in all regards, the original intent is to not extend the terms.
Thank you.
I'm open for motion.
Mayor, I'll make the motion. The city council approve the selection of the financing team consisting of a financial advisor, underwriter, and bond counsel for upcoming bond issuance and refinancing to ensure efficient and cost-effective financing for the city of Beaumont's capital projects and debt management, and authorize the city manager to sign engagement letters for transactions.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. That brings us to item, it would be new J10, approved budget adjustment and purchase order increase for Hinderleiter De Lamas and Associates sales tax audit invoice.
Yes,
Yes.
me again, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Before you, staff report for HDL invoice in the amount of $960,115.60. Little background on this item. On February 4th, 2025 this year, I presented a mid-year report which had reported that there was a audit initiated by petition from HDL to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration for some misallocation of sales tax revenue. That was reviewed by CDTFA, who then reallocated, and the city received a one-time payment amount of $6.2 million. A part of the agreement with HDL is that anything that is initiated by them will then receive 15% fee to HDL, which is why we have then received the invoice for the $960,115.60. So with that, we are requesting in the staff report that you approve a budget amendment in the finance department to pay the invoice to HDL, as well as increase the sales tax revenue by the same amount, and allow us to pay the invoice and do a PO change order specifically for HDL for that. We've also attached the service agreement with HDL, which we are also in the process of working out to current terms. And we'll hope to have that done by the end of the fiscal year. So with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jennifer. Have any public comment on this one, Nicole?
I have no written request. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, with that, I'll open it up for council comments. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, quick question. We don't write the check for the 900,000 until we have the 6.4 million, right?
We've already received that.
We've already received it. Okay, thank you. And then, so then it's just the budget adjusting numbers coming in and going out?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You have any other comments or questions, or do I have a motion?
Mayor, if we don't have any more questions, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
To approve the budget amendment increasing sales tax revenue by $960,115 and Finance Department contractual services by $960,115.60.
I'll second. Have a roll call, please.
Oh, and I forgot a part. Approve a purchase order change request in the amount of $960,115.60. Sorry. Now it's complete.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Laura?
Yes. Brings us up to item J11. Planet 2025-0164 Home Occupation Ordinance Review. Julian?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Jillian Fountain, Planning Staff. Tonight, I'm going to be going over the proposed updates to the city's home occupation ordinance. These updates aim to ensure that our regulations are clear, enforceable, and aligned with current trends of home-based businesses. In recent years, we've received feedback and complaints about how the ordinance is being interpreted and enforced, particularly in the rise of online businesses and remote work. During the City Council meeting on December 3rd, conditions 8 through 10 and 13 through 15 of the ordinance were identified as needing review and potential revisions. These items include pedestrian and vehicular traffic, commercial vehicles, stored materials, residential impacts, and the use of outdoor storage. After reviewing the ordinance and consulting with the legal team, we've proposed the following updates to clarify language and improve enforceability. These changes will also align better with the modern business practices. First, it's the removal of condition 2. The old rule stated that the materials or equipment must be typical of a home. We are proposing to remove this restriction to allow a broader range of materials and equipment as long as it remains compatible with the residential character of the area. We are putting at-home businesses on par with other businesses in the city. Revision of condition 6, which is the only one room in the home could be used for the entirety of the business. We're proposing a change to add the requirement that no more than 20% of the home could be dedicated to the business, and that is also including storage. Removal of condition 8 and 9. The home-based businesses cannot generate more traffic than is typical for the neighborhood. Additionally, businesses could not use commercial vehicles for the deliveries. We propose to remove these restrictions to allow for the necessary delivery of goods, particularly for e-commerce and other home-based businesses that rely on deliveries. The city is also able to enforce the nuisance provisions in the code should any issues arise. Revision of condition 10, which is materials must be stored indoors or out of sight of the public. The proposed change that businesses can store materials or supplies indoors, outdoors, and in accessory structures as long as they are not visible from the street or public areas. This change provides more flexibility while still protecting the residential character of the neighborhood. Revision to the condition number 11. The old rule stating home businesses were heavily restricted in terms of signage and advertising. The proposed change that businesses can now have one unlit sign up to 2 square feet for temporary produce displays. Advertising for produce was part of the old rule, so we are not changing any of that. We also proposed allowing advertising on commercial vehicles as long as they comply with the city's parking regulations. This again puts at-home businesses on par with businesses in the city. Revision to condition 15 is to, the old rule is allowing, or accessory buildings like sheds or garages could not be used for storage for business purposes, except for when you're growing produce. We are revising this to allow for the accessory buildings of storage of materials and supplies associated with the business, as long as it follows the city's parking regulations and other relevant codes. This also goes back to the 20% rule for when we receive the submittals, that it cannot exceed 20% storage and what they're using in the home. We are also adding in provisions related to micro-enterprise home kitchens operations for consistency with proposed updates of the zoning code. At this time, staff recommends a discussion on these proposed changes and provide direction to staff on how to proceed. Myself, my director, and from legal, Caitlin Empey, are available for any questions or clarifications.
Thank you very much. Look, I do want to make a statement, though, that this was reviewed by the Plus Committee prior to coming to council. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, with that, I'll open it up for council comments. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just a big shout out to staff. Thank you. I think it was done quite well. Having a home-based business myself and looking at those rules, I think they're a common sense approach. And having served as mayor and received those complaints directly, I think this addresses that as well. So I think great job. I think it's well presented, and I support the proposed changes. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes, thank you. I agree with Councilmember Fenn. I just wanted to clarify, can you elaborate more on the change I think you made to number 6 with the 20%? How's that determined? I think you mentioned an application.
Yes, so that's going to be in the revision for condition 6. When they submit for their applications, they do provide us a site plan of the home and indicating where they're going to be utilizing their home-based business. So that will just fall into what we're already looking at if they add any storage.
Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, let's see that I'm online with what I should be asking. If there's nothing further, was it? Oh, sorry.
Councilmember White?
Yes, the Plus Committee, we did get a preview of this last week. And there was something I learned from there that I don't think a lot of people understand. I didn't know this, which was that we're not comparing home businesses to residents. We're comparing home businesses to other non-home businesses. And I'm bringing this up primarily for anyone who's paying attention to what we're doing tonight. And it's not, that was something, if you could speak to on that, and so that people will understand why we don't treat home businesses like residents.
So we look for providing, with the changes that we've received or that we've seen since 2020, so many people are working from home now. We want to provide them the opportunity to continue doing that. And that's kind of, you're not in a single family residential home. Those requirements, well, you are in the home, but those requirements would not be required of you if you were outside doing the same practices in a facility in a commercial area. So we just want to make sure that the businesses are being compared to the businesses that they would be if they were in a space.
And I think there was also an interesting response when we asked about the shed for their business supplies and stuff. Why we're changing that or amending that?
Yeah, so previously everything had to be contained in the home. Nothing could be stored in the garage either. It had to be in a living facility in the home. We've seen that, for example, if we have somebody who is a gardener, typically you're not going to be storing your materials in a room in your home, so you're going to have a shed or something similar to be storing those items. So it just is creating an opportunity for all businesses to be able to do something at their home.
Thank you.
And council member, I can add, for the home-based businesses, primarily what staff is looking for is that it's not changing the character of the residential neighborhood. So that's our primary concern when we're analyzing it against the municipal code requirements.
Thank you, Carol. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, on that note, referring to 11, when it's talking about the vehicle, commercial vehicle advertising. So it says the provision does not apply to advertising on the commercial vehicle, provided that the business is in compliance with the section, of course. But what I'm hoping not to envision is someone trying to find a loophole and using a big truck or something in front of their business to advertise. Is there a limit to what that's going to look like?
There are size limits on what can be parked in single-family residential areas. So we would be using that portion of the code to make sure that they're not. When there is, in the application process, when they submit, they do have to provide us what vehicles they are using for the business. Typically, they provide us with the make and model. Some will also include a photo of what it is. If the staff is looking and seeing that it might be kind of pushing it a little bit, we ask for further questions just to get clarification.
Okay, so there's some regulation at that point. Okay, because I know a lot of, people will have their
Yeah, I
home
believe there's a
business.
weight limit as well.
Okay,
Yes, there is a weight limit in the code.
okay, very well. Thank you.
Looks like we're good to move forward to public hearing. That brings us to item J12, Plan 2025-0182, short-term rentals in the city of Beaumont.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So tonight's item, we're discussing the potential of adopting an ordinance for short-term rentals. So a little background on this item, and back in 2023, staff had brought forward an item in the discussion of short-term rentals within the city of Beaumont. No action was taken due to the fact that there was state legislation which could potentially tax short-term rentals within each city. It was December of 2024 and early January 2025 that legislation died. So it provided city more regulation in regards to the taxes that it could implement on short-term rentals if allowed in their organization. So Beaumont currently has no ordinance allowing or prohibiting short-term rentals within there, but a quick Google search, you can see that there is over 40 short-term rentals currently listed in the city of Beaumont. Now, some of the benefits for having short-term rentals is increased revenue, homeowner income, and potential revenue for the city. Of course, some challenges include housing impacts, neighborhood concerns such as parking, and then of course, enforcement issues. So if there's any type of complaints or issues, we'd have to have code enforcement go out there. So estimates based on the current short-term rentals that are listed in the city of Beaumont range from about $55,000 to about $60,000 per year. And that would be at the current rate of the TOT tax, which we use for the hotels, which is 10%. Now, of course, the amount of short-term rentals would require us to have a consultant or external tracking because of the current amount of enforcement, if there's citations, as well as just making sure they're adhering to an ordinance if it is put in place. And program costs for that range from $15,000 to $35,000, and that ranges from the software that would be used as well as the consultant if we were to hire a consultant based on council's direction. So staff is recommending that we have some direction on where the staff or where city council would like to go in regards to short-term rentals, whether that's we hire a consultant to do more investigation on the potential profit or revenue, as well as if an ordinance wants to be in place for regulation. And staff is available for any questions if council has them. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Again, this was also discussed with the Plus Committee. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
I'll open it up for council discussion. Councilmember Martinez?
Just real quickly, so since there's nothing right now that requires them to register, I assuming that the 40 you got was just going on the Google and Airbnb and Verbo and stuff?
That is correct. So we went on Airbnb as well as Verbo and just did a quick Google search, and we were able to see over 40 listings of short-term rentals within the city of Beaumont.
And right now, all we have is just city ordinances for like noise and traffic if we have nuisance properties, correct?
That's correct.
All right, that's it for now, Mayor.
Councilmember White?
Yeah, I think it's important that we learn more about our options. We are missing TOT when they go to Airbnb as opposed to one of our hotels. And also with the Olympics coming up, a lot of people are going to rent short-term rentals. So I think we should look into it, and the idea of an additional 55,000 or so, and I'm sure that number of 40 is low. I'm sure it's higher than the 40, but you may not have seen ones that were already rented. So anyways, I'm in favor of learning more and getting a better idea of what we can and cannot do. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Finn?
Just a comment from the real estate side of things. Short-term rentals are used more often than we might realize when people are transitioning from one home to another, whether it's a rental or they've sold their home and their new home's not ready yet, their escrows don't line up, and so forth. So that can add to it. It's impossible to know how much that's used, but I've seen it more and more lately, and especially when we have new home communities being sold in the area. Those builders have requirements of if the buyer has a home to sell, they want it closed well beyond the date that the new home is going to be ready, and so they're homeless for a little while. And so that's where that can fall into place and fill a need. So that's just something extra I wanted to share, but I certainly would like to know some more information as well to see if it's worthwhile. Because if right now the cost is to us is only half of is nearly half the revenue, I'd like to weigh that out a little bit more and so forth.
Yeah, Darren, one of the things too that I'd like to look at is at the very minimal, at least possibly having a registration of short-term rentals. So that way we could track code enforcement activity or police activity on those. Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yeah, I think for me, when I first looked at this at first glance, when I'm looking at, 55,000 in revenue for the TOT for what we saw, and then, looking at the potential of 35,000 for us to continue regulating it, I think the concern at, 20,000 for the city isn't really worth it at that point to continue with it. So I think more investigation is important, to truly understand that, that impact. I don't disagree that there probably is more, that we don't know about, but what is the potential that we will know about them, I'm not sure.
Right.
And so just trying to weigh or get more data to make a more informed decision, I think would be the only way to make an informed decision in this. I just don't know how. And I'll leave that to you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just for my last thought. So initially, my concern was nuisance problems and so forth. So having at least a minimum of some sort of a registration process, if that's even possible, may not be a bad idea. And again, I also am weighing that little fine line between is it cost effective or not. But I'm definitely into looking for more research because I agree with Councilmember White. There's probably more out there than we know of. And I think as our area becomes more important between Coachella and so forth, I think that number is going to probably start going up if it hasn't already. So I would like to have more research done.
Bear, may I go real quick?
Sure.
If we are looking at this from a monetary perspective, can we also maybe come back to the table so that we can get the most impact with maybe suggestive ordinances or something along those lines so that we can look at it from kind of a one-sided perspective? So not only bring the data, but maybe bring some suggested language from other cities, bring something, of like cities that have that. That way we can kind of make that decision all at once without having to come back multiple times.
Councilmember White?
I was just going to say, it would be nice to make $50,000, but I don't think that is really the issue here. I think you guys have brought it up multiple times here. It's the registration, because you have areas in Palm Springs, Palm Desert, where entire streets or cul-de-sacs are all turned into these short-term rentals, and then we need to be able to say, okay, you violated this part of your rule, and you have to make some changes. So I think it gives us more enforcement than if we just sit back and say we're not going to, we don't want to bring in 50,000 to make 20,000. To me, the value is being able to have the code enforcement and the monitoring and the regulation.
Yeah. Do you have enough to go on, Darren?
I do. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, that brings us to J13, discussion on temporary moratorium or suspension on the requirements of Beaumont Municipal Code, BCM 1711050, offsite improvements. Plus Committee also looked at this item as well.
Because we're busy.
So this
And
item
Darren.
is me again. So
Long time no see.
So, good evening, Mayor and City Council. So, the proposed moratorium or suspension provides temporary relief to off-site improvement requires for single-family residential homeowners within existing dwellings. So, this aims to reduce the financial burden to homeowners when required improvements are disproportionate to the project scope. This will streamline approvals for home improvements projects currently delayed due to the high costs. So the current issues with the existing requirements is that even minor projects, such as a garage that's over 300 square feet, require curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and sometimes utilities to be implemented. So some of the owners, so we have one case where a homeowner was trying to build a garage exceeding over 300 square feet with a current existing dwelling for a single-family resident, but has to work with the utilities, the sidewalk, and sewer for this project, which is then increasing the original cost of the project. And so a potential suspension or moratorium could allow for this resident and others with similar projects to not have to incur those additional costs and be able to complete their current projects. So there are one of two options that staff recommends. The first one is enactment of a moratorium. So the moratorium typically requires an ordinance change or a temporary amendment to the municipal code. It usually provides clear rules on how long the moratorium will last and what and which project qualify for, and it helps the city with a study of impact for off-site improvement requirements before making long-term changes. And for a suspension, it's a temporary stop of enforcement of the off-site improvements and can be quickly implemented through a council resolution. Both options would require a public hearing and a resolution. And the suspension has a little bit more flexibility, as staff can come back with an ordinance redlined of the suggested language that would benefit those single-family residentials trying to make off-site improvements. And so staff's recommendation is for City Council to consider option 1 or option 2 and direct staff to move forward with whatever they recommend. And then we would come back with a public hearing and ordinance that was redlined with suggested language.
Thank you.
And staff is here for any questions.
Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Councilmember White?
So when we discussed this in the Plus Committee, my question was, we're discussing the option of, I think the actual word moratorium is used here, or suspension. And my question, I had a couple questions for you. The first question was, how many cases do we have like this? And it was a handful, right? Like 4 or 5. And so then my next question to you was, would it be possible, I think this was more to planning as opposed to you or to the city manager, would it be possible not to do either? Because my understanding is a suspension would be for a few months or a certain period of time where we can get an ordinance that understands that some people doing relatively small improvements to their homes shouldn't have to underground power lines, things like that. So my suggestion at that point was not to do either, since it's only a handful of 4 or 5, that over the next few months while we're working on putting together the updated municipal code section, that we could take those as a case-by-case appeal to the Planning Commission, appeal to the City Council, which is what we would have done now, I believe, if someone wanted to make the case that I don't need to put power lines up and I'd like to, appeal that to the Planning Commission. So I think we already have a process to do that. And so my suggestion was that we go that direction rather than do an official suspension or moratorium. And so I think you guys were going to get back to me with some information on whether or not that suggestion is even feasible.
Councilmember White, I can address that. So Beaumont Municipal Code 17.010.060B does identify the Planning Commission as the body to appeal a condition of approval that's placed on a building permit. And those are the cases that we're dealing with. In our municipal code and our fee schedule, an applicant can apply to appeal that to the Planning Commission. That fee is $2,585. If they are not satisfied with the Planning Commission's decision regarding that appeal, they can appeal it to City Council, and that would be an additional $2,985. So I hope that answers your question, but I'm available to answer any more questions you have.
No, it does answer my question to create a new one, though. We could waive those fees, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
And what I was going to suggest on this was, I understand where Council White's coming from, but I think it would be easier, faster, less staff time, and cheaper for the applicant if we just did a suspension until such time as the ordinance was revised during the planning review, which I think is going to be 90 days. Is that correct? Anyways, that was my thought during our Plus Committee meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yeah, I think I would be in favor of that as well. I think that the suspension allows us not to have to go to the Planning Commission to put in essentially an ordinance now and not have to waive the fees either, that it would just kind of move forward with that time frame. I think we should establish that time frame in order to provide accountability from a staff perspective to not let this drag on either. That's what I do in my own job so that I don't drag my feet because I'm a procrastinator. But I think that gives us the opportunity to state, hey, we'll do it in 6 months and make sure that we hold ourselves accountable to it. So I would support the suspension.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, my only question is for loopholes. So is there a maximum though? So if you have someone that's doing a 10,000 square foot something, they would be able to get through with it because we put a suspension on the whole code. So is there something that gives us a little bit of, we're not going to see something crazy?
So we do have requirements for lot coverage. So depending on how big their lot is, we would be reviewing that in relation to it. So it might be something that we'd be able to catch at that time of review. So if they were trying to do a large garage in the backyard, they already have an existing dwelling unit. So we would be measuring that compared to what the property size is.
Okay, so that's kind of our safety net.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is there a number associated with that? So for example, no more than 20% increase in occupiable space or something along those lines?
Carol, is it
It depends on the zoning, on the lot coverage, but on the suspension, I'm wondering, maybe the city attorney could chime in if there's some language that we could put in there where we have maybe a limit on that. But typically when someone is coming in to do a building permit for any kind of accessory structure for their existing single-family residence, there's not necessarily a nexus to require street improvements and undergrounding at that time. I mean, typically those are things that we're doing when we're seeing tract developments or larger residential developments. So I don't know if it's something that the council might want to consider again when you have maybe larger lots where they're, maybe doing, a detached three-car garage or something. Is that something where the council does want to have that requirement where we're looking at requiring undergrounding of utilities, curb, gutter, and sidewalk.
It would, I don't know, this is for council discussion, but to me, it seems like residential zoning, single family is what you would outline here versus, you know, something on an inlay with commercial or, you know, if it's zoned for commercial, then that needs to be, you know, the upgrades need to be considered. But if it's residential, then I think that would probably suffice.
Well, my only question, Mayor, if I may, is that we just talked about home-based businesses. So, you know, if you have someone that's a home-based business that decides they want to put a big old warehouse in there, you know, and within reason, you're right, we're talking about probably smaller lots on this, so we might be going too much into the weeds here. But just food for thought. But I'm okay with the suspension.
Councilmember White?
Yeah, two questions. So the folks who would qualify for whatever we're going to do through our change or amendment to the municipal code, that means that they are on hold on their projects until we adopt the new amendment to municipal code. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so how long is staff recommending that we do the temporary suspension for?
Staff anticipates that the zoning code update will be adopted this summer. So we're the recommendation would be a minimum of 6 months.
And if we say 6 months, what happens at the end of 6 months? Is it like the moratoriums, or we have to approve it again for a little bit longer, or?
That would be correct, council member, just like the parking suspension. So the minimum would be 6 months. We anticipate that the zoning code update would be approved, but again, if we could add more time for a buffer, we can certainly do that. And then, of course, bring that suspension or remove that suspension on adoption of the zoning code update.
That's what I was going to suggest.
And what is the difference between a moratorium and a suspension, and why are you recommending suspension over a moratorium?
Darren, or did you? I would recommend the suspension because the moratorium does have specific requirements.
It's only 45 days.
It has timeframes where you have to do initial 45-day, and then you have to come back to council for a 10-month, 15-day, and then an additional year if needed. So that would require a maximum of 3 council actions. The suspension, you have control over that, and you can set the time frame on that, so that it does take less staff time and less council time, and does provide quicker relief for our residents.
Okay. One last question. Why haven't we done suspensions before? Is there a benefit to doing a moratorium, or is that for a specific type of issue?
So in the past, when we've done moratoriums, I believe it's been where we're prohibiting a certain activity. So for example, I think
Like a
there might
tire
have been
shop.
one on tire shops. And so we put a moratorium in place, no more tire shops for a period of time, whereas with a suspension like this, we're suspending enforcement of our code for a period of time while we work on the zoning code update.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
On that suspension, maybe what we can look at or have staff bring back to us is what they recommend as far as a maximum square footage of a detached accessory structure or second unit or ADU. That way you can give council some leverage or some guidance. That way, if you do have one that's on a large single-family residential property, maybe that comes back to, maybe that's the avenue for that would be maybe planning commission at that point. Or they could reduce the size of it to fall under the limit.
Just to make note, for ADUs, it's already
Yeah, they're
excluded, and there are size requirements that they have to
Okay.
meet for that.
Thank you very much for that. If there are no other questions, we'll take a motion. Or do you have enough direction, or, I'm sorry.
I want a motion. Do we need direction or motion? Let's consider approving option 2, temporary suspension.
Okay.
We probably need a time frame on it, though. I'll make a motion. I'll move to approve, as recommended by City Council, approving option 2, temporary suspension of BMC 17.11.050 until the zoning code update is completed.
The question.
Yes.
So you're saying your motion is until the code is completed,
Updated,
but not a specific time frame.
correct.
My question is, I was looking at this as we were consider approving, but I'm not sure that I want to make a motion without a time frame on a suspension, and I don't know that I have all the information that I need to determine that 6 months or 3 months. I'm okay with a motion for 6 months, but I just think we should do this at a second look at this, my thought.
Okay, so
That's my thought.
you'd like a second look at everything that we've discussed tonight before it goes to public hearing, because it will need to go to public hearing.
So that's going to delay
No,
us
my thought
for
is,
6
but in
weeks.
the public hearing, we could then
Okay.
decide what we want to do, what choice we want to make.
Okay.
But yeah, I think we should, I mean, if
Is
we have
there
to
a
go to
second
public
on the
hearing
motion?
anyways, we might as well move towards that.
Can I make a second on the, well, can I just modify the motion with the 6-month time frame initially? Or do you not want a modification to your motion?
I can make that modification to 6 months for the temporary suspension.
Then I will second that.
But my point on that is that, I'll let David go first,
I
because,
say point of clarification, then would it be not to exceed 6 months?
Sure.
Okay.
okay.
Meaning
So-
if the zoning code gets updated prior to that,
Yes.
then it would,
Okay.
we would update the zoning code and it would fall out. What I was taking from what Carol was discussing is that she was asking for a buffer further than 6 months, which is what I was trying to relay.
But no matter what we do tonight, this has to come back for a public hearing.
Correct.
And that's when we'll approve it. So why don't we wait till the public hearing to decide specifically, once we have a little more information, more time to talk about it, why don't we wait till the public hearing to decide the 6-month suspension or 3-month suspension? It doesn't go into effect until we go through a public hearing anyways.
Yeah, but they need
Right.
direction on what to bring back.
I think
Right.
they have direction.
Can I just, as a reminder to council, next Thursday, the 13th, we're going into a zoning code update workshop, and some of this can be discussed at that workshop as well. We're not going to have time to do a public hearing before that workshop because we would have to notice it. So the soonest we could even bring back a separate public hearing on this redlined ordinance would be April 1st. So I think maybe in totality, talking about the zoning code update might help council understand a little bit more of how this relates to everything else, if that's helpful.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call on that, please?
And that's as giving direction to staff.
Correct.
The motion, yeah.
Yeah, giving direct.
Clarification, the motion is not giving direction. The motion is setting the suspension amount and time.
Right, and then it has to come back.
I'm okay with striking my motion and just giving direction and tabling the issue till the zoning code.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
No, I want to
doesn't solve our
clarify.
problem.
My recommendation is not to wait until the zoning code gets updated. We have an application in hand, and the gentleman has been waiting for a decision on whether or not he needs to put in street improvements in order, it's the case study in your packet.
Right.
My recommendation is we can continue the conversation at the zoning code update and bring back a public hearing
On April 1st.
on April 1st with everything that council has talked about, and then we can give council a little bit more information on what we're recommending as far as the 6-month, 9-month, 3-month timeframe.
So
But we can't get this citizen, resident, relief from this until April 1st.
Correct.
So then I can modify my motion to just say that we will bring this back to a public hearing on April 1st.
Correct. And to go back to Councilmember White's question, he actually won't get relief on April 1st. There's a second reading.
Right, but he can't even start the process until we've had the hearing.
He's in the middle of the process, yes, but he won't have a decision from us on whether or not he has to put the improvements in. Yeah.
All right, so the motion stands to move this to public hearing April.
Point of order, we have a motion and a second, so we have to do something with the
I
motion.
can
and the
rescind
second.
that initial motion.
I don't know that you can without the second approval. I don't know.
Can you give us clarification on that?
Is the second withdrawn too?
A second is withdrawn.
Okay. So is there a new motion?
The new motion is to move this item with direction from the zoning code to public hearing on April 1st.
I'll second. A roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Brings us to item J14, review and discussion of Municipal Code 2.24, Planning Commission and Community Development Department. Discussion and direction for amendments. Mr. Cole.
Good evening, council. This item is being brought before you at the request of City Council during the process of appointing planning commissioners. It was realized that the code does not have any sort of criteria that specifies that a planning commissioner be a Beaumont resident. So I brought the code back with some suggested amendments, including changing the language to require that the applicant be a resident and that resident be their primary residence. And then also some minor adjustments to match other commissions. I'm happy to answer any questions.
We have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Do we have any comments from council or a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we, how do I say this? That we notice a public hearing for the first reading of amendments to the Beaumont Municipal Code, 2.24.
We'll second.
Again, I don't know why we're doing motions on directions, but.
I'm
okay.
sorry.
That was a recommended action in there, right?
The recommended action was to review and provide any additional amendments, and then direct staff to notice public hearing.
We have any comments, direction from council?
Go forward.
No, and that if motion's not necessary, I can withdraw that and we just give staff direction to bring back as for the public hearing.
And is the second withdrawn as well?
Yes, second is withdrawn as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're all in support of the planning
Yeah.
commissioner being a resident of Beaumont.
Okay, brings us to item K, legislative updates and discussion.
Good evening again. So for the legislative update for March 4th, so just a couple bullet points I wanted to go through, or a few. So the deadline for bill submission for the 2025-2026 session was on February 1st, 2025. And over 2,500 bills were introduced, which was one of the highest over the past decade. Many bills are still in draft form, so they're known as spot bills, with the final language due March 17th in the Assembly and March 26th in the Senate. A couple key legislations of interest right now, AB 735 and SB 415 are currently cleanup bills for one of the legislation pieces for the warehouses. And one of them is currently just a spot bill right now, but both of them are hoping to address that legislation and help clean it up. The Senate committee held a hearing a couple weeks ago in regards to electric rate affordability and wildfire mitigation costs. So some of the discussions were shifting some of the wildfire-related expenses from ratepayers to utility shareholders. And then proposed policies included limited rate hikes, adjusting utility returns on investment, and accelerating underground projects. Two propositions were in discussion, Proposition 4, which is for climate and energy funding, and Proposition 36 for criminal just reform. Proposition 4 includes $500 million for water security and $1.1 billion for environmental improvements for urban agriculture and irrigation modernization. And then Proposition 36, which is the criminal justice reform, the Senate hearing addressed increasing penalties for drug and theft crimes and mandatory treatment for those individuals. And so some of the challenges were that, so for Proposition 4 for the climate change, some of the concerns were raised about the high-speed rail projects going through a lot of the impacts or going through a lot of the farmlands. And then for some of the challenges for Prop 36 was the lack of designated funding and inadequate treatment facilities within 22 counties in California. And then in regards to the federal funding, so the ongoing litigation regarding the federal funding freezes in sanctuary cities is still going on. Both our consultant for CPPG as well as our grant analyst, Brittany Navas, is going through and tracking that on a daily and weekly basis. And so as soon as we get updates, we'll constantly update City Council with those. And then some of the look-aheads for the legislative timeline. So spring recess is April 11th through 18th. The deadline for bills to pass out of their House of Origin is June 6th. And then July 21st and August 15th is summer recess for the state legislature. And that's what I have. Does council have any questions?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Apologies.
Any questions? Nope. Thank you very much, Darren. Brings us to item L, Economic Development Update.
There was no meeting.
Okay. Brings us to item N, City Treasury Report. Item N, City Clerk Report. Item O, City Attorney Report. Brings us to item P, City Manager Report.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to let council know at the next regular meeting on March 18th, I will be formally introducing our interim chief, George Walter, who is our captain right now. That will be effective March 17th, the last day that Chief DeLeese is working. I mentioned the zoning code update workshop on March 13th. And finally, don't forget that the community cleanup will be held March 22nd, and it'll be near Cougar Way and Beaumont Avenue, and it's always a really popular event.
Thank you very much. Brings us to...
Mayor, I have a real quick question for the city manager.
Sure.
The chief mentioned that he was saving his speech for the 13th. What was he? 17th. What is that? What he was talking about? What's the 17th that he's saving it for?
The 17th, there's I think an informal lunch. The PD is coordinating, and I'm not.
Okay.
It's in the briefing room at the police department. CRC. Oh, the CRC. I apologize.
Okay, we weren't invited, I guess, huh?
No, you. just kidding. I saw it.
Yeah. I got an email.
Did I get an invite?
Did you get an email?
Let me correct that. I wasn't invited.
Well, that makes more
I think
sense.
after my
you get an
voting
email?
the last time with strategic planning, I would have been not invited.
Dave said he did.
Perhaps you didn't remember getting the
Did you
email.
get the email?
I got an email.
I got an email. You didn't get one?
I did. Yes, I did get one.
And looks like David Figg got one too.
Oh, it looks like the three of them. Now we know who the favorites are.
Well, it's out now, so.
So, all right, item Q, future agenda items. One of the things I wanted to add on a future agenda item was a letter of opposition to South Coast Air Quality Management District proposed amended rules 1111 and 1121. The proposed rule change is going to require that any replacement forced air unit or your heating unit and hot water heater would have to be all electric basically, which would really cause a huge financial burden to anybody having to replace it. Typically, mobile homes would be very difficult to replace those in. Some of the older homes may not have enough room on their electrical panels to support that. So I would like the staff to put together a letter of opposition to present to council so that we can sign that.
Okay. Did you want any discussion and analysis on it, or the other option that we've used traditionally is to look to see if it's in line with your adopted legislative platform. And if it is, then we
Okay.
typically don't bring those before council unless obviously you want to discuss it.
Would you please do that? Check to see if it's in line with the legislative platform.
Sure.
Is that good with council?
Yeah, I'm okay if it doesn't come back to us. I mean, I think we're all in support of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, that brings us to council reports. Councilmember Finn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the privilege of, with the mayor, to attend our city employee appreciation lunch, and so we appreciate all the work that goes into to the event. We get to celebrate the years of service for employees, and it was a fantastic event, and I appreciate all that the city does, and I'm quite proud to see that we have many employees that have been here for a very long time, and so our attrition rate is pretty good, so I appreciate that. I also attended the RTA, Riverside Transit Agency's board meeting, and they had two major agenda items on there, and it was in reference to putting solar at two facilities in Hemet and in their facility in Riverside to help support hydrogen fuel cell buses that will be coming. They'll also can use the solar to help, offset electricity costs for the buildings and so forth. But we were a good number of the directors on that board from city council members across the county. I'll use a term, we kind of held our nose as we voted yes on this. And the reason for it was in order to buy 5 new hydrogen cell buses, they had to purchase, in order to purchase 15 compressed natural gas buses, they had to buy 5 hydrogen fuel cell buses. A CNG bus is $700,000. A hydrogen fuel cell bus is $1.1 million. So you're $400,000 more per bus, and you're going to have higher fuel costs for that hydrogen to be able to fill that bus full of fuel. So it's a little frustrating that the state mandates are costing more money, and then they may not be saving as we, or the legislators have hoped that it would. So it passed unanimously, but we all felt like we were pinned in a corner on that one. And there were some comments that was even shared by one of our county supervisors on that subject as well. So some of the things that we deal with on the state level that were having impacts on us, county and citywide on that. So that's my report for the evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I met with the Sundance HOA at their request, and we had a really good discussion about some of their concerns. And they have since met with Elizabeth and Doug, so thank you so much for the quick response to their concerns. The chamber dinner, excellent job, great job, Mayor, on your pre-speech and the mahalo. But it was well attended, and it was good to see everyone there that attended. I apologize to our employees for not making the appreciation luncheon. I've attended it in the past, and it is an excellent event, and I look forward to that. But unfortunately, it didn't work out this year. But I am very proud as a council member to have a very dedicated staff, and you can see it in you, and you can hear it in the public. So thank you for all the hard work that you do. And then for the RCA met, and we discussed a few things. Right now, we're concerned mostly on budget because Washington's in a bit chaos right now. We're not quite sure what's going to come out of their the budgeting, and we know that there's already talk about NEPA being repealed and some stuff that's going to affect us possibly. We're concerned with the fish and wildlife and what's going to go on in those offices concerning the future of our plan. So we've got some concerns that we're going through and addressing at this time. And also, and I apologize because, again, I'm still working with my tablet here, stalling. We have a strategic plan that we're working on to see how our plan is going to go through and be sustainable in the upcoming years. And then lastly, of course, I got to follow up with our species and that as soon as this opens up. So we talked about, instead of doing species now, if I told you in the past, we're doing reserves. So right now, we talked about the Winchester Reserve out in Reed Valley, out in Temecula. And basically, we talk about the area and the acreage and the species on there. And again, is it habitat conservation and what is it that we're looking for? And remind ourselves why we've been purchasing this land. But the species involved this time were the spiny lizard, the granite lizard, and the Bell's sage sparrow. And a lot of interesting things going out around that 1,000 so acre reserve. And that is all.
No fun facts?
No fun facts this time. I'm going to have to start bringing that back, but not at this time.
Thank you very much. Councilmember White?
So first of all, Julie, I want to thank you for the billboards. They look great, and I like the one right after the other. Second of all, a bunch of things happened with RCTC. First of all, at the commission meeting, the commission approved. This was something that we had asked for, and it was actually officially approved that RCTC, as you know from today, is the lead on the Potrero, but that had to be made official. We also, at the workshop, we approved the design engineering evaluation report, or also the DEER. Is that, you know by the DEER? Okay. For I-10 ramp metering in the pass area. So we approved a study, gave direction on that to produce a study and an evaluation, a DEER on that one. And then we also approved gave direction on a project study report of the I-10 express lanes from the 60 to out to Cabazon. And that was approved by the entire commission at the workshop. So we've given direction for them to do that study. And then also, I'm no longer on the Budget Implementation Committee. I'm on the Western Riverside County Program and Projects Committee. And there we approved as the committee the project initiation documents. What's that? The PID. For the Beaumont I-10 interchange. And RCTC is committed to $2 million to do the first study on that. So I have a question for you on that. We, several years ago, I think you were city manager at the time, we set aside $500,000 for the I-10 interchange. And the idea, now I think Todd was still here, and the reason we did that was to show RCTC that we were serious about this, and then go to them and ask them to do exactly what they approved to do. So my question is, can we reprogram that $500,000?
Did we commit to, that was actually in this year's CIP, was the
Okay.
500.
So I don't know if
It was
we've
like
actually-
seed money to tell the world we're serious about this,
Exactly.
right?
And I don't know if their $2 million is
Are they-
including our $500,000 or not.
It's not. We offered it. They
Okay.
politely said no.
So we-
And I believe it's 5.7 million.
Our seed money was $500,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, but RCTC's commitment with regional arterial funds is 5.7
Right,
million.
this was just the study, the beginning, the PID. I wrote down 2 million, but I think someone probably said, how much is that? But that, just a heads up, that was at the committee. It'll be on the agenda for commission next week. So,
Do you want us to bring back an item for discussion to reprogram the $500,000 or wait?
I would prefer we just quietly reprogram the $500,000.
It has to be a public hearing.
But it's done part of the budget process, right?
We can do it during the
Yeah,
budget process.
I think we should,
yeah.
if we can, do it in the budget process.
Okay.
And I think it's important that we have someone in Sacramento for the CTC position, and I really think I think staff would be good, but I think having an elected up there, and I don't want to go, so I would think the mayor.
We need
would-
to confirm the date because Robert and I understood it was May, but Eric said June tonight, so.
Yeah, he was talking about something else in May, because I was thinking that too, because I knew it was June, and then he was talking about something else that they're going to do in May.
Okay.
But it's not sort of the blessing of the 30 whatever million.
But, and I agree with you, we definitely need a presence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the last thing, I don't know if this is a future agenda item, so I didn't bring it up, but I thought I'd bring it up sort of in a report. After our discussion and the article in the Record Gazette about the candidates forum, I had a group reach out to me who are interested in being a sponsor, and I don't really want to bring that group up because it was just one person who brought it to me. But their concern was they would like to help us be able to do that, but they need some guidelines. And so I think guidelines like the ideas we talked about, the kinds of questions, how much time we're going to give, not time in the hearing in the forum, but how much time we're going to give candidates to apply to want to be, sort of put some guidelines in place. And I think that we have an opportunity to recreate those on every other year. So I didn't really want to do it as an agenda item because again, I just want to get a feel for how much you guys are willing to do as far as laying out some guidelines and some rules so that if this group doesn't want to do it, the next group comes in and knows exactly what we're asking them to present. So it might be better as a subcommittee. I don't know. I think we got way too many subcommittees right now anyways, but and that's all. I think that's all that I had.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Alrighty. I think supporting what Councilmember White is discussing along the lines of if there are any other cities that do and can maybe bring back their guidelines so we aren't recreating the wheel. Do you know of any cities that?
I do not.
Okay.
No, and I looked pretty good. But
You
no.
did?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would support bringing it back and providing some guidelines. So just some thoughts with regards to that. Other than that, I want to say thank you to the staff. I attended the employee appreciation for a very small period of time, but it was nice to be out there saying hi and seeing everybody. Thank you guys for all of your hard work. Obviously, we are nothing without you all, so thank you, and the city is nothing without you as well. And then also attended the chamber installation. Great event as always, and so nice to be able to recognize our Citizen of the Year. She's truly a great woman. So I appreciate all of her, and I'm blanking on her name. All I can think of is Aguilar.
Susan.
There we go.
Susan Aguilar.
Susan and all of the volunteering that she does throughout our city and for our constituents. It's really amazing to see. So and that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Yes, Susan is got her attitude. Every time you see her is fantastic. So she was great. It was a great event as well. The employee appreciation luncheon, I couldn't believe the attendance. That was fantastic. Very well decorated. I love the pictures on the table. So that was a great job, and I do appreciate what they do. Also, I do want to thank the staff, Public Works engineers, wastewater treatment, Thaxton staff for responding so quickly to the main line break. They also had staff that had to monitor the bypass at night. Probably not the most fun thing to do, but I do appreciate that. Appreciate the fact that the building official ensured that the homes were safe to occupy in the rear yards. So thanks to staff for doing that and the extra efforts that they went through to make sure that looks like there's a lot of work ahead of us, but I do appreciate that. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 9:24.